Okay, thank you. So good evening, everyone. And oh, we have the echo again. We had this earlier and thought we had it fixed. Nobody, microphone is on. Oh, technology is wonderful when it's working. Okay, so we'll try again. I don't hear it now, so maybe something's okay. So welcome to this meeting this evening. This is a combined meeting that we do in the summer, one in July, one in August, where we combine all of the regular meetings into one plus council, so it often is quite long. But we are starting this evening with our regular opening, and then we will move into the public meeting, to which you're all welcome to stay, by the way. It's not when the public meeting's over you have to leave. But if you want to stay in air conditioning rather than going outside, that would be okay with us as well. But you're certainly welcome to do whatever you need to do at that point. So I will say that we have regrets this evening from Councillor Riley, who is out of town doing some work. And Councillor Chichok is trying to get in. So I spoke with her about 5 o'clock, and I know she planned to Zoom in, but we are having a wee bit of difficulty with that right now. So today is Monday, it is August the 11th, and this is meeting number 12 of this council for the year. So I'm going to ask you if you're able to stand, please, for the singing of O Canada. And this evening it's Smithville Public School. Thank you. So before beginning this meeting, I have a few announcements that I'd like to make. The first is that comments from the public for a matter that is on the agenda may be provided in person by attending the meeting and advising the chair during the request to address an item on the agenda section of the agenda. Secondly, for those individuals that are unable to attend the meeting in person, for this or any meeting, you may always submit comments for matters that are on the agenda by either, 1, emailing jpaylove@westlincoln.ca before 4:30 on the day of the meeting. Comments submitted will be considered as public information and read into the public record. Or 2, by contacting the Clerk's Department to request a Zoom link to attend the meeting virtually. And number 3, this meeting will be live streamed as well as recorded and available on the Township's website by visiting events.westlincoln/meetings. So we begin our meetings with the land acknowledgement. The Township of West Lincoln, being part of Niagara Region, is situated on treaty land. This land is steeped in the rich history of the First Nations, such as the Hattawindarock, the Haudenosaunee, and the Anishinaabe, including the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. There are many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit from across Turtle Island that live and work in Niagara today. The Township of West Lincoln, as part of the Regional Municipality of Niagara, stands with all Indigenous people, past and present, in promoting the wise stewardship of the lands on which we live. And I'm going to go to Councillor Maychak for our opening petition. Councillor?
We gather here together here today, intent on doing good work. We seek to represent fairly and well those who have given us this task. May our efforts be blessed with insight, guided by understanding and wisdom. We seek to serve with respect for all. May our personal faith give us strength to act honestly and well in all manners before us.
Thank you, Councillor. So I'm going to ask members of council, are there any changes in order of items on the agenda for this evening? Okay, and seeing none, I'm going to ask again, members of council, are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest and/or conflict of interest this evening? And again, seeing none. Item 6 on our agenda is always available for members of the public, and it's a request to address items on the agenda. Now, this is separate from our public meeting, which will follow, where those of you who are here for that purpose will have an opportunity to speak if you wish. This is for any other items that are on our agenda apart from the public meeting. So under 6.7 of our procedural bylaw, there shall be no comments from the public permitted at council unless A, a specific appointment has been scheduled, or B, an item is included under the other business or communications or appointment section of the agenda and relates to a matter which would normally be dealt with at committee. So are there any members of the public present who wish to address a specific item on this agenda as permitted by section 6.7 of the procedural bylaw? And I see none. And is there anyone online, Roberta? Thank you. But I do see that we have Councillor Chichok, so that's good. Thank you for getting that all worked out. Okay, so we will move then at this point to our public meeting. And the public meeting is sort of a meeting within a meeting for members of the public. So we hold a public meeting for a specific purpose, and sometimes it precedes our regular planning meetings or our growth meetings. Because of the section of the meeting that I explained earlier about putting all committees together with a council meeting, I'm chairing this public meeting this evening. So this is a public meeting to consider an application for a zoning bylaw amendment, draft plan of subdivision, official plan amendment, draft plan of condominium, and site plan approval submitted by 2853972 Ontario Inc., owner, NPG Planning Solutions as the agent, official plan amendment 1701-002-25, file number 1601-004-25, zoning bylaw amendment, and file number 2000-002-25, which is the draft plan of subdivision, draft plan of condominium, and in brackets 2002-003-25 CDM, and site plan approval, and again in brackets 2100-004-25, to facilitate a residential development consisting of 3 blocks of street townhouses and 9 stacked townhouse blocks consisting of 144 units. So by explanation, the Planning Act requires in Section 34, subsection 12, and Section 39 that before passing a zoning bylaw amendment, Council must hold at least one public meeting for the purpose of informing the public in respect of the application. The purpose of this public meeting is to receive comments and answer questions from the public regarding the proposed zoning bylaw amendment. We stress that at this point, no decision has been made on the proposed amendment, and any comments received will be taken into account by Council in their consideration. In accordance with the Planning Act and the Minister, the applicant or specified person, public body, or registered landowner of any land to which the bylaw amendment will apply who made oral submissions at a public meeting or written submissions to Council prior to the adoption and or passage of the bylaw may appeal the bylaw amendment to the Ontario Land Tribunal. So I'm going to turn to the clerk and ask, would you please advise the method and dates by which notice of the public meeting was given?
Proper notice was given by way of email circulation to agencies and mail circulation to all residents within 120 meters of the subject property on July 2nd, 2025. Public notice was also posted to the subject property, the Township website, and the Township Administration Building on July 2nd, 2025.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to then turn now to our Manager of Community Planning and Design, Susan Smythe. Susan, will you please explain the purpose and reason for the proposed zoning bylaw amendment?
Good evening, Madam Chair, Committee and Council. Thank you to the members of public in attendance. As noted, I'm here just to do a brief presentation. I understand that the applicant is also here to follow up with a presentation on the proposal as well. Just to give some context, the applications as noted is for an official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, draft plan of subdivision, draft plan of condominium, and site plan approval. This evening, we're here to speak about the zoning amendment, official plan amendment, and the draft plan of subdivision. The subject lands are located where the former College Street Public School was located, on the east side of College Street, south of Morgan Avenue. The school was demolished in January of 2025 and sits currently vacant. As noted in the notice, this proposal is to facilitate a residential infill development, which is consisting of 13 townhouse dwelling units that is contained in 3 separate building blocks fronting on Morgan Avenue, as well as an interior condominium development containing of 144 stacked townhouse dwelling units in 9 separate building blocks. That internal unit will be accessed by private road connecting to College Street. The official plan amendment is requesting to increase the density of the street townhouse dwellings on Morgan Avenue from the required 20 to 40 units per hectare to a maximum of 20 to 50 units per hectare. The zoning amendment is requesting a number of changes, including the reduction in the interior side yard, reduction in the separation distance between dwellings on a same lot, to permit 16 stacked townhouse dwelling units per block, reduction of lot area per unit for the stacked townhouse, increased projections for balconies and decks, reduced garage widths, reduced parking for stacked townhouse dwellings, reduced setback for private parking on a private street to a public road, to a side or rear lot, and reduced planting strip. The draft plan of subdivision application is required for the street townhouse dwelling units fronting on Morgan Avenue, whereby the draft plan of condominium and site plan approval, those will be required for the stacked townhouse dwelling units with the frontage on the interior private condominium road. To support the applications was a number of technical studies that included a transportation and parking analysis, a functional servicing and stormwater management report, noise study, geotechnical report, environmental impact study, cultural heritage assessment, archaeological study. All of these studies have been provided on the township's website for viewing. Agency comments were also provided and appended to this report for review, including the region's comments pertaining to servicing for the development, as well as concerns or comments about the environmental, and there were no concerns from both the region and or the Conservation Authority, as well as various comments from departments from the township, including pedestrian connection to the Dennis Street Park, projected fire flows and domestic fire supply, as noted in technical reports, as well as servicing for the development. Several members of the public also provided comments and concerns related to the proposed parking, traffic congestion, or difficulty for turning onto St. Catherine Street, and as well as comments relating to the keeping of the character to the neighborhood with this proposal. So as noted, this is for information only, and at this time there are no decisions being made, and concerns and comments on this proposal will need to be brought back for the owner and applicant to address and to satisfy the township staff, commenting agencies, as well as the public before any recommendation can be presented. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. So I'm now going to turn to the applicant or their authorized agent. So we have a presenter's chair, you know. Okay, great, thank you. Thank you. So as soon as you're settled in, would you introduce yourselves, please, and then you can start. Thank you.
Thank you. Through Through you, Madam Mayor. My name is Max Fedishak. I am Senior Planner with NPG Planning Solutions. I'm joined by Aaron Butler, President of NPG Planning. We're also joined by John White, Director of Land Development for Phelps Homes in the gallery. Today I'll be making a brief presentation on the proposed official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, draft plan of condo and subdivision applications for the lands municipally known as 132 College Street. Following the presentation, I'd be happy to answer any questions regarding the development.
Okay, thank you.
The subject lands are municipally known as 132 College Street and are located at the corner of College and Morgan and are formerly the location of the College Street Public School. The school building has been recently demolished and the lands are currently vacant. The subject lands feature an area of approximately 1.96 hectares with approximately 100 meters of frontage on both College Street and Morgan Avenue. Regarding the policy and land context of the site, the subject lands are designated as being within the built-up area within the region's official plan. The township's official plan designates the lands as medium-density residential with a natural heritage system overlay and a special policy area 6.11.6, which requires a minimum of 40 units per hectare. The lands are accordingly zoned RM2 for the portion facing Morgan Avenue, RM3-195, and environmental conservation for the interior. The subject lands are located in proximity to the central core of Smithville, near a variety of parks and commercial uses, and the lands are also surrounded by residential uses. I wanted to take a quick second to discuss Township Bylaw 2020-100 and OPA 54. In 2019, MHBC was hired by the township to commence land use planning work for the College Street School site and subsequently prepared a development concept which was presented to council in 2020. In October 2020, the township approved OPA 54 and the corresponding implementation bylaws which relate to the concept which was provided at that time. The OPA ultimately resulted in the creation of Special Policy Area 6.11.6, which applies to the subject lands. So briefly, this is the MHBC concept, which was provided as part and approved as part of OPA 54. Some highlights are along the Morgan Avenue frontage are 2-story townhouses. On the interior of the site are 3-story stacked townhouses with a 4-story mixed-use building along the College Street frontage. A proposed pedestrian pathway is also provided in the northeastern corner to link to Dennis Drive Park. So now to turn to our development concept. Our development accordingly features 2 portions, a street townhouse dwelling portion fronting on Morgan Avenue, which consists of 3 regular street townhouse blocks and a total of 13 street townhouse units. All these units would be accessed from Morgan Avenue, and they each feature 2 parking spaces per unit, 1 driveway, and 1 garage in tandem. Additionally, there is a stacked townhouse portion of the development, which contains 9 stacked townhouse blocks, consisting of a total of 144 stacked townhouse units. This phase is intended to be developed in 5 separate phases, and will provide 219 parking spaces at a rate of 1.52 spaces per unit. A pedestrian link to Union Cemetery is provided in the southeastern corner of the site. Briefly, the site plan for a better view. Quickly wanted to touch on the massing. So on the left are the conceptual elevations for the standard street townhouse dwellings, which would be fronting on Morgan Avenue, featuring a more traditional design. And on the right is the stacked townhouse dwellings conceptual elevations, which feature slightly more modern of a design to the interior parking lot. The private connection is proposed in the southeastern corner of the subject lands to connect to Union Cemetery and ultimately has the potential for a future connection to Dennis Drive Park. This connection provides, as I said, the connection to Dennis Drive Park and is consistent with the township's Trails and Parks Master Plan, which was also previously shown on the MHBC plan. As Susan mentioned, the official plan amendment is to redesignate the Morgan Avenue portion of the site to provide a gross density between 20 and 50 units. And this official plan amendment is only specific to those standard townhouses. And a zoning bylaw amendment is also proposed to provide a site-specific RM2 zone with relief related to the interior side yard between the standard townhouse units and the RM3 zone with several site-specific provisions related to the design concept. So ultimately, we believe the application should be supported as it's consistent with the PPS, the Niagara official plan, and the Township of West Lincoln official plans. Will not negatively impact surrounding residential uses, contributes to new housing with a new housing form within the township, facilitates a compact housing form with pedestrian connections to the surrounding neighborhood and green space, and demonstrates excellent urban design through an appropriately scaled design that contributes to a vibrant streetscape. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Aaron, were you planning to say anything, or are you there for questions?
I'm just here for questions and support, Madam Mayor. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you then. I will move on then, since you both had your opportunity at this point in time. So we're going to move then to public submissions, and this is the opportunity, of course, for members of the public to provide their input into this process. So I'm going to ask, are there any oral or written submissions from anyone present in the meeting, either in person or on Zoom, regarding the proposed zoning bylaw amendment? I would like to stress that this may be the only public meeting held with respect to this application. If you are attending virtually and would like to provide comments, you can do so by using one of the two options. Either one, using a computer or a smartphone, select raise your hand control that can be found on the Zoom options that are displayed on your screen, or option 2, using a landline or telephone, dial 9, which is *9, and this will notify staff that you have raised your hand. So once you've been acknowledged to speak, please unmute your microphone if you are zooming in. So I'm going to start with that. Is there anyone on Zoom? Other than
I'm
our
seeing none.
Counselor?
None, Madam
Okay,
Mayor.
thank you so much. All right, so I'm now going to members of the public. So this is absolutely your opportunity. Whether
If you're
you
going to
provide-
hear me. Madam Mayor,
Yes, Counselor.
the audio on this presentations was actually quite staticky. There has been portions that are not audible to me, so I'm not sure what other people in the public are seeing, or pardon me, hearing. So if there's something, somebody can check on that, that would be great.
Thank you for letting us know. We did have some technical difficulty before the meeting even began, so
Yes.
we'll let those in charge investigate that further. Thank you, Counselor. Okay, so members of the public, whether you've already presented something in writing and you just have thought of something else, or you want to reiterate what you've already said, this is absolutely an informal process and a way for you to say what you like or what you don't like or what you're concerned about during this time. So this is the portion of the program that allows for the public. So I'm going to ask if there's anyone here that wishes to come forward. You just need to give us your name and then tell us what your concerns are. The clerk will be keeping track of all of those, and future discussions between the developer or the applicant and staff will include trying to mitigate what those concerns are. So please don't be shy about coming forward if you've come to also speak as well as to hear. Please come forward. You just need to tell us your name once you're sitting there, either the seat that's there, please. Mike, will you just make sure the microphone's on? Thank you. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Greg, and my concern, I see the fire chief is here. I've heard about the developments that have gone up in Binbrook, and the turns are so sharp in some of the subdivisions that fire trucks can't make it around the corner. So if there was indeed a fire, I'm not sure how they would put a fire out.
Okay, so that's worth hearing. And I think that obviously our fire department has input into whatever comes forward as well. So thank you for raising that concern. Greg, would you mind providing your last name?
Hilvers, Hilvers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for that input. Is there anyone else who has something to wish to? Please come forward, Dave.
Good evening. My name is Dave Tamga. I'm the owner of Crothers Printing, which is directly across from 132 College Street. So as you know, when the school was there, we had parking problems, just like when the school moved here. I think you had parking issues here. So that's a big issue for me. They're reducing parking spaces. And they mentioned about one driveway and one garage parking for the townhouses. I was biking around Smithville in some of these medium-density subdivisions, and not many people park in a garage. It's mostly for storage. And if they do have two cars, all the overflows on the road. Is there enough for visitor parking? And my main concern is that my parking lot is not used for overflow parking, whether it's during the day, evenings, weekends. That's a big issue for me. You know, whether there is ample parking, because most homes have two cars, plus there's visitors coming. So that's, you know, a big factor. I did email that concern in as well, but I just want to highlight that issue. And they mentioned about a future access to the park. I'm just wondering when that would be, because I think that's crucial as well, that there is access to that park on Dennis Street or Avenue, whatever that is.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you for that input. Okay, please come forward.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Dennis Packham. I live at 214 Brock. So that was my grandfather's house prior to us owning it. My mother grew up there. She was there since 1940. We've seen, like, nothing's really expanded where I live there. And this, I'm looking at earlier on there, the drawings and whatnot of the buildings there, and it really doesn't go. I'm off topic, I guess. It just doesn't go with the flavor of the neighborhood. They're all single-family dwelling houses, and we're going to plop this whole arrangement right in the middle of where we've all been living, and it's a lot of retired people up that street. I know a lot of people don't care about that. They'd rather have housing, and that's all we hear in the public now is need housing, need housing, need housing. But can't we build something a little more in the flavor of that area? Really high elevated buildings. Doesn't seem right to me in there. And the other thing that kind of concerned me was traffic lately. So I've now retired. Just last year, and that was kind of nice. But the traffic getting in and out of our street now, I actually go by where College Street school used to be in order to get through there now because there's so much traffic coming in. And the weekends is something, so I don't know if this study that they did before is a recent one, but it's increased quite a bit. That was my concern, though, was the traffic and where everybody's going to park. It just doesn't make sense how you can have that increased density and still have parking up and down the streets. It's going to be real busy. And then we've got Galaxy pallets behind, and they run the transports back and forth. And when you get parking opposite where the cemetery is there, it's extremely difficult for them to get in and out too as well. And they've been there a long time as well. My grandfather actually sold property to them, so they could expand. It was a nice business there. Yeah, that's about all I have to say.
Okay, well, thank you. We appreciate your input. So all of the things that everyone has to say are included in what's going on. Not everything will suit everybody, probably by the time the dust settles, but this is the opportunity for the people who are the applicants to actually understand what the community around this development are thinking about the things they want to do. So hopefully there will be compromises to be found. But none of those decisions, I will say again, will be made tonight. So it really is a fact-finding mission, an input session. So I'm going to ask one more time if there's anyone else who has not yet spoken who would like to speak. You know, come on back, Dave. I'll give you a second time if you thought of something else. And Lorena, I thought you were moving in your chair. I didn't know whether you wanted to get up or not.
Just a question for clarification. So those 9 units, not the townhouses, but the stacked townhouses, what do they look like? Like, are they 4 stories high, containing 16 dwellings each?
Well, that's a really good question, and that's one of the questions that I've been saving, is I would like to have eventually, as part of this, an explanation about what they look like and what they are. So
Thank you.
I think there are many people who might be curious about that, because it's an unknown thing in West Lincoln, so. Welcome, Lorena.
Good evening. I live on Brock Street, 240 Brock Street, right in front of a Galaxy.
And your name is?
Lorena Brower.
Thank you, Lorena.
I know you.
No, you
And,
don't need to introduce yourself to me, but our clerk probably doesn't know who you are.
And I'm just wondering, some of these things have been touched on, about the traffic coming. I'm not complaining about the Galaxy pallets or anything. I enjoy them. I'm not. But I'm just thinking about 1.5 places to park, and we know 1.5 is going to average out, so somebody's not going to have a place. I'm just thinking about that, and where are people going to go? That's a dead-end street now, Brock is. Where are people going to go? I don't know. The access has never been opened. I don't know if there's an access there, but where is the access to all these people living on where College Street was? Where are they going to be going out onto St. Catherine Street? How many entrances and exits are they going to have? I'm just wondering about that.
Okay, so we don't have those answers right now, but we'll come back to this staff that are representing the applicant, and we'll see if perhaps they have some things that they'd like to add to that.
And I'm sure some other things in my mind's already been touched on, so
Okay.
That's fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I'm just going to go back to the applicants, is there something that was asked that you can immediately give an answer to that you wish to answer at this time before we move to council remarks? And questions?
Madam Mayor, if I can just interject too, can I just please advise any members of the public, if you have not yet signed the sign-in sheet with your name and your address, just so that we can have a record of your attendance, okay? Thank you so much. It's just off to the side, yes.
So on the side, so make sure you do that before you leave, and that way you will be informed of anything that comes up in the future regarding this application. So again, we would, happy that you gave up your seats to allow our members of the public to speak, but perhaps there's something that you can answer just to reassure.
Yes, thanks, Madam Mayor. We'll take this opportunity to maybe add a few things that we heard and address a few things that we heard. So just going through from the start, from Mr. Hilvers, I think the question was about fire truck turning. So all of the radii within the driveway coming into the site meets the fire code. And then there is a circular route through the site that meets the fire code. So the fire truck would be able to get all the way to the back of the building, to the back of the site, and would meet the minimum requirements of the building code for the turning radiuses, the turning radii, and the distance from the fire route to the front doors and the entries of each building. And of course, as you said, the fire department would be reviewing the plan, and if anything, our architect needs to look at anything in terms of comments from the fire department, they would do that.
Okay, thank you for that one.
In terms of parking, maybe we can kind of touch on parking as a whole. The ratio that's being proposed internal to the development is 1.5 parking spaces per unit. The township's current standard is 1.75, and Max can add anything here, but essentially we do have a traffic and parking study that was submitted with the application that we'll look to comments on from staff. The traffic consultant has looked at other kind of comparator municipalities, specifically within Niagara. 1.5 is a fairly standard rate. That could mean that some individuals or families in the development may have one car, some may have two, some may have more. But overall, the 1.5 per unit is a fairly standard ratio. We don't expect that there would be overflow affecting businesses or overflow affecting surrounding residential properties.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Sharing a microphone there.
That covers the parking. We can touch on the question about what do these stacked townhouses actually look like, and maybe Max can go back to the rendering here. So the image on the right is of one of these blocks. So we talk about 9 stacked townhouses within the development. That's one of them. So that's a single block. Okay, we actually have 2. Max is pointing out to me that we actually have 1 here, and there's a gap here, and a second one. And so all of the units would have entrances from the sidewalk system and the parking lot system internal to the development. You'll see these, they are becoming more common in other places in Niagara. We see them kind of as sort of a missing middle housing form that you hear talked about. It's something that's, it's not an apartment form, so it doesn't have the elevator or higher rise form. But it's not exactly the standard townhouse form that you see on the left, or single detached or semi-detached. It's a housing form that might be easier for people to get into in the market. That's sort of in between the typical ground-related form or an apartment form, sort of in the middle. And essentially, each of these blocks, if you think, and we can come back with maybe an image of this for the recommendation report, since we have this question, but we call it a module. So each module in a vertical unit inside of this stacked townhouse has 4 units. Again, they each have separate individual entrances. One is on the lower level, and that's partially out of the ground. One is fully on the second level. And then the third and fourth levels are kind of back to each other. So, or sorry, I shouldn't say the third and fourth levels, the second and third levels. These are 3-story units, but those upper levels are back to back. So if you had a unit on the lower level or the main floor, it's sort of a bungalow style, 1 level. If you had a unit above, it's a 2-story. Your unit is actually 2 stories. There's a staircase that goes up to another portion of your unit.
Okay, so you've actually answered what my next question was going to be. Are any of these on 1 floor?
Yes.
So that they would be fine for a retired couple, for example, who might want to downsize from a home that they have to a 1-floor, 1-bedroom equivalent kind of thing, or
Correct.
2-bedroom. Okay,
Through
thank
you.
you. Okay, so that answered my question as well as one from a resident. So thank you for that explanation. And I think if you can bring something forward when you come back that actually depicts something like that, that certainly would be beneficial for all of us to actually be able to visualize. As you said, they're becoming more popular in some other parts of Niagara, but we've not experienced them here. So at least not to this point. So thank you for that.
I think that's really those are the main points I wanted to touch on, kind of the themes that I heard.
So why don't you stay there, and I will move on to the next part of this formalize. I see someone has their hand up, but we're moving on from that discussion just for now, so that members of committee also have an opportunity to ask their questions. So I'm going to start with, do any members of committee have any oral or written submissions on the proposed zoning bylaw amendment? Please note that members of committee must also make their comments now, as the OLT may not consider comments made at any other council or committee meeting. So I'm going to, actually I know that Councillor Chichok has her hand up, so maybe we'll go there first, and well, we know that this is working on Zoom, and we'll let her ask her questions. Can you hear Councillor Chichok? I'm not sure she can.
Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you. Thank you. Go ahead. It's your turn.
Well, I've missed most of the presentation by everyone. It's and most of the questions being answered by
Oh, now she's cut out. Okay. So we aren't able to hear her either.
Are you there?
We are.
Okay,
We
real
lost you
quick.
for a little bit, so go while we can hear you.
Well,
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Joanne, can you hear us?
can now.
Okay, why don't you try turning your video off and see if that improves your connection in any way?
I have full bars, so I'm just saying there's a,
Yeah, it's not her. Okay, so that's not helping. Oh dear.
so I can,
So now she's muted, okay. Yeah, so I think, are you texting her? Yeah, please do, okay. Well, bear with us, we're going to somehow find out what her questions are and get them answered. Okay, so we'll leave while we're trying to work that out, and we'll go ahead, Councillor Broderick, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a few comments as well as maybe a question or two. So not in any particular order of priority, but I don't believe there has ever been any reaching out to Niagara District School Board in respect to any of the items of historical significance. It was mentioned in the staff report that's later this evening. And I just want to make a comment that I do believe that it is important to many people in the community that there is an acknowledgement that the school was there, and would like to see this addressed by the developer and or our township staff. The opportunities for green space for the residents that will be living in this community, Max and Aaron, with the reduction of the side yards and the other greenish spaces, including even outdoor balconies, what is the vision of opportunities of green space within this community as it stands right now?
Thank you for the question, through you, Madam Mayor. Maybe I'll start with the green space question, but maybe we can also address your comment about the school. So this site plan, this one shows it okay. So the development actually meets the minimum outdoor, like the amenity space requirements of the township. And so there are a number of areas at the rear of these buildings and between the buildings. I'm not sure if you can see my cursor, areas like this, areas between buildings like this one, areas at the back over here that are planned for amenity. And there's also at the very southern part of the development, which is just off screen, just south of the parking lot, there's a long green strip that does not have any buildings or any parking proposed. And it's just actually cut off on the screen, so that's something we can provide back to you and maybe provide a colored plan that shows the green areas when we come back. Yeah, it's similar to, on this plan, that southern bottom of the L there. That's entirely green. And I may ask Mr. White from Phelps Homes actually to speak to your question about the school board and what Phelps has done.
Thank you, and good evening, Madam Mayor.
Good evening. Thanks for being here.
Oh, sorry, this one. My name, for the record?
You best do that.
John White with Phelps Homes. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Further to Mr. Butler's comments, the landscape plan does illustrate more accurately how green the concept will be. It's not as imposing as the black and white rendering had shown earlier. I think you'll be pleased to see what's been incorporated into the landscape plan for the site. With respect to the heritage in the school, We had conversed with the mayor and DSBN during the demolition of the school, when concerns were raised by the community about the presence of a time capsule. We sought to find it to the best of our ability, but nobody, the previous administrator of the school, any of the students that raised the concerns, nobody knew where it would have been if it was there at all. So we searched to the best of our ability to find the time capsules that may have existed, but unfortunately we could not find any. We did, however, salvage what could have been salvaged in terms of plaques and commemorative things from within the school, those that could have been saved. Regrettably, when Phelps acquired the property, despite their best efforts to secure it against trespass and vandalism, it was a regular occurrence that I'm assuming it was kids in the neighborhood would break into the school and break glass and display cases, and there was quite a lot of damage due to neglect and water penetration into the school, and many of the attributes of the school couldn't be saved, but what could be saved has been saved. We would be happy to communicate with the Historical Society and the council and coordinate those artifacts to the municipality, if that answers your question.
Yes, very much so. Thank you.
It's my pleasure.
And just a couple of comments.
Go ahead.
I think that I'm concerned about, this being a different concept of building that's coming to Smithville that may not fit in with the existing feel of our community, and I think it'll be deepened by the reduction of the parking situation. So I know in other subdivisions we have also, been really strong in our view as a council to try to get up to at least that minimum, and even more so. Certainly something that our bylaw works really hard at trying to mitigate those issues for our residents, and by starting off behind versus where we sit now, I don't think would be in our best interest. And just another comment that I know that the property that is southeast of this land is up for sale. Has there been any thought, if that was to sell, that these properties could be looked at as one parcel, and maybe a different site plan could be created that would allow for a different access onto Highway 20? And I don't think anybody can really answer that, but I think oh, look at that, there is somebody.
Sorry, Max. Yeah. I can address that question through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor. We had made contact with those landowners years ago when we were early in the process of designing the concept for the site, and at that time they were not interested in selling. So it's not to say that the opportunity wasn't, or the possibility wasn't there for us, but the adjacent property owner at the time was not interested in selling, and so we've now advanced these concepts and designs and spent a considerable sum of money to submit this proposal. We're really not interested in going back to the drawing board to basically revise everything. Now, if I may, Madam Mayor, provide comment. I know your comment was not a question, but if I may, I appreciate the concerns of the municipality grappling with alternative densities or alternative built forms. Smithville is not alone. West Lincoln is not alone in that regard. Unfortunately, we are in a housing crisis, and housing affordability is of paramount concern for the younger generations and the businesses that strive to operate and grow within our municipalities across Southern Ontario. These built forms are, I won't use the word affordable in the social affordability of housing sense, but they are more attainable because they are a smaller square footage. They consume less land per unit within the concept. And so we as builders And developers are striving to provide housing opportunities for those who can't afford spacious, single detached houses on 50-foot lots, as the municipality has enjoyed over the past 100 so years of its existence. This is a bit of a new trend, but it's a necessary evolution in the state of housing, just to provide people an opportunity to live and work within the same communities that they've grown up in, for instance, or as the mayor mentioned earlier, downsize within to something that's more suitable for their lifestyles as they age. Just wanted to provide that clarity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments. I just want to protect those that will be moving into the community as well as those that are already living here. And that's all my
Okay,
comments.
thank you. Councillor Maychant.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm just always curious, you described the townhouse, stacked townhouses well, but are they all 1 and 2 bedroom units? And what would be the approximate height of the townhouses?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the stacked townhouse units will feature a mix of 2 and 3 bedrooms, and the building height is 11.5 meters.
Thank you. Okay. Mike, go ahead. Councillor Reno.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through to Ms. Smythe, please. Can you please go over once again the amendments for the deficiencies that you're asking council to accept?
Through to you, Madam Mayor. We can also, I think the applicant has also provided it as well. Right here, site-specific provisions. So there's some specific to, actually, there's one specific to the street townhouses on Morgan Avenue, and that's the interior side yard. There's a reduction there. And then the balance of them is for the condominium for the stacked townhouses. There's the reduction of the lot area per unit. There's a reduction of the front yard. So because this is a separate block, the front yard is College Street. So that is the front yard to this development. So there's the reduction there. There's the reduced distance between those dwelling blocks on the same lot. And the balance of the requested provisions are general, that being planting strip, that being the parking aisle. It's 6 meters, for instance, where 7.5 is required. Setbacks to the driveways, as well as the parallel parking stalls. So there is some opportunities for the parallel parking. So in our general provisions or in our bylaw, we require the stall length to be 6.5, and there's a reduction of a meter, so 5.5.
How about balconies?
Sorry?
Balconies, through you, Madam Mayor.
Oh, yeah, so through the general provisions, that is the projections. So projections of the balcony decks.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, when this gentleman spoke, he mentioned that there was nothing that was being done, at least my interpretation was, that deviated from what the township standards were, but I've got a list here of a whole bunch of things that are not in compliance, that you're asking for an exception to. And as I've said in the past, the township goes and sets up what they feel is what they want in this township with regards to the rules and regulations. And then people come in, developers come in, or planners come in, and they want exception to the exception to the exception. And not once has the exception ever been that the rule is 6 meter, but I want to go 7 because I want to give people a little more room. It's always been to take away. And this is another example of taking away, which adds up to the word stacked townhouse, which to me reminds me of bunk beds. And then we've got the picture of what this looks like. And then we got a gentleman that comes up and says, it doesn't aesthetically fit in the area. This just doesn't make sense. And if you add all these exceptions, it's because they're stacking it, because how many units is this total? Through Madam Mayor to Ms. Smith, how many total units is this? There's a separate one of 13 or something, and
Correct.
3 buildings of how many, 144?
Correct, so there's 144 stacked So there's 144 units within the stacked
Okay.
type of dwellings, and then the 13 street towns, so a total of 157 units.
On College Street and, through Madam Chair, on College Street and Morgan total, how many houses will you be talking? The whole distance? Yeah, 30? So to this gentleman's comment, you've got 30 houses that you've been used to living around, friends, neighbors, been here for a long time, and all of a sudden we're going to throw 157 in your face. I cannot see how anybody living in that area that has enjoyed it, and this gentleman's had it since his mother had it in 1940, when you've enjoyed the school across the road. My kids went to that school, enjoyed it, and you would think if they're going to replace it, wouldn't it be lovely if they replaced it with a park? But they're going to replace it with a building, but they're going to stack it, and then comes the absolute nightmare of the traffic. 157, and you got everybody leaving at the same time one morning. Try to figure that one out. This is just absolutely sardine canned in an area that was well established. People loved it, and you're destroying their lifestyle to meet Mr. Ford's demands of we have to get affordable housing, so stick it wherever you can, and good luck to the people
Okay.
around it.
Counselor,
That's-
do you have some specific questions that you want to be part of the record for this?
Yes,
Or
I'd
is
like
that-
to, I'd like to know through to the director, is the Township of West Lincoln happy with having the rules and having somebody come and ask for all these exceptions? Are you comfortable? And if you are comfortable with it, what does it do to the credibility of the rules that we have?
So perhaps, Director, you might want to talk about why people do that, why we've set our policies and why it becomes a public process to make those changes. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'll start with a number of years ago, the township, knowing that these school sites, this site and the former Catholic school, knowing that they were going to be declared surplus, the township put an interim control bylaw over them and had MHBC do a study, redevelopment plans for both of the school sites. And a part of that was envisioning what it would look like as a residential uses. So I think it was one of the slides up there, they showed one of the concept plans. And it ended up with an official plan amendment which allowed certain densities and certain types of units. So in that regard, at a high level, Phelps is coming in with a plan that is similar to what was envisioned as part of that redevelopment plan. They have asked for official plan amendment for density along the townhouses on Morgan, and they've asked for a number of site-specific zoning amendments. So are we happy when applications come in with changes to the zoning? Well, we've worked hard to put in place our zoning bylaw, and it's fairly new. It's from 2017, and we do amendments on it every year to try and keep it as current as possible, and as well as keep it current to development practices and standards. But does it always get everything right for every site? Not all the time, and especially on infill projects where we're dealing with trying to fit new development in and around existing development. It sometimes can be a little tricky to meet all the right rules and regulations. However, we don't really get into a major review of these things until after the public meeting. We want to hear what the public have to say. We want to hear what committee and council have to say. We want to hear what the applicant has to say in response to those. And then we go one by one through all their site-specific variances and requests that they have and make our recommendations as such. So at this time, we've just been at a high level looking through the plans and studies that they've submitted, like their traffic plan and geotechnical studies. And following the public meeting, planning staff and administration will go into each of the site-specific exceptions they're asking for and determine if that's appropriate for this property and this type of development. So that's yet to come.
Thank you very much for that description of the process. Okay, so, Councillor, last time.
Thank you, Mayor. Through to the director. So I would appreciate, as you mentioned, that each of these deviations, or as you call it, site-specific zoning amendments that have been requested, you will be looking and reviewing at them on a one-on-one basis. Is that correct?
That is correct. So we look at like how often they occur. Are they asking for those throughout the whole site, or is there just one pinch point for, like, for instance, a setback? Is there just one area of the site? And we would consider that a little bit more minor. You know, parking is a major issue that we've heard from council before on previous applications, and we've heard again from the public and council tonight. So that's something we'll definitely spend more time in and looking at with the applicants before we bring forward a recommendation report.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, through to the director, my thoughts on this is, if they followed the rules, the reason they're not following the rules is because they want to cram them in. Obviously, the more they cram in, the more money they make. But it also, the more they cram in, the more the people who have lived there have lost their lifestyle and enjoyment of the area that they've enjoyed all their lives. So you got a trade-off here. So I'm looking at this, what if they followed the rules that we did on our zoning bylaw 2017, which would certainly reduce the 157 units to something maybe more reasonable, maybe more tolerable, maybe more fitting with the area to which has already been established 50, 60 years ago, and make this more comfortable for the people who are already there. Is there a possibility that it could be looked at to say, let's follow the rules, now how many can go in there, and let's look at this, and does this building now fit more with the established buildings around? What we're trying to do is cram something into an area that doesn't fit. It doesn't look right. The traffic out of this is going to be horrendous.
Okay, so, Councillor Rayner, you've made those points, and I'm going to move on. We've had Councillor Chichot waiting on the phone for this period of time.
But it doesn't work, you know that. So
Well, no,
she'll try, but it
she's
won't
now
work. It
on
never
the-
works. Our electronics never works here, you know that. So anyways, I am
That's
done, but if
untrue.
you can look through them, I would appreciate it. Thank you. There's a lot of concerns here. I'm sure you can tell by the people here, they're not happy with this. Thank you.
Okay, so you have her on the phone, or you just have her questions?
So through the mayor and to the rest of council and to members of the public as well, Councillor Chichok will be submitting her comments through email and through official letter. She has started to type out some of them, however, obviously due to the volume and the speed of typing, you can't really keep
It's
up too
really
fast.
hard,
So she
okay.
would like to submit a physical copy that will be sent out to the developer, our internal staff, and relevant.
Okay, that's wonderful.
administration.
Okay, thank you. And thank you to the council. I don't know whether you can hear us, but thank you for that solution, because obviously she's waving, so she's hearing something. So there's been some technical difficulty. So, and that has happened in the past. Councillor Trombetta, on to you, please.
And then it's your turn, Madam Mayor. So I just got a question for the consultants. Now, your site specifics did say you're reducing the 3 meters in the front yard, in the front yard. Sorry, I heard some feedback, sorry. 3 meters in the front yard, and you're still asking for 1.5, I guess, parking spaces per unit. Does that not reduce the spaces for that property if it's reduced in the front yard?
This is the 3 meters.
So instead of 1.5, we're reducing that to 1 since the initial frontage is being set back 1.5 meters?
Through you, Madam Mayor, if I understand the question, the reduction to the 3 meters, the front yard, as Ms. Smythe mentioned, is along College Street. And it's a pinch point. It doesn't affect the parking. There's no parking along College Street. Like, these units don't have parking in their front yards on College Street. The development's been designed so that it has a face to College Street with walkways and porches facing College Street. I think that.
So then
answers
those units, those units will have parking, sorry, I'm just kind of getting the concept of this design. Those units will have parking in the back, or they have to find their parking elsewhere on the street?
Through you, Madam Chair, there's parking along the side as you come into the main drive aisle. If you can see my cursor,
Yeah.
there's parking along the sides for those units. There's also parking to the rear. So these dashed lines are generally the phasing of the development. And what we've done is looked at the phasing of the development to ensure that as each phase happens, there would be sufficient parking for that phase and convenient parking for those units nearby.
Okay, and I just kind of stress what the rest of council is stressing. We do get bombarded in the wintertime about parking on the streets. Cars got to get off the streets. As we are, and I understand the provinces, more homes for Ontario. But when we do cram them in there, as other councillors did say, and I guess there is a lot of setbacks that we're reducing in parking, it does cause a big effect for us, especially in our winter control during the winter, because everybody has 2 cars, let's face it, nobody has a car and a half anymore. The amount of cost of homes, no matter when these are affordable at the time, people do need 2 cars. There's 2 people for incomes for houses. A space and a half is a problem. Do you have, I don't have anything indicated here, do you have any visitor parking that's indicated in this section? Wheelchair accessible, visitor parking? Because that's another issue when people have functions. Where are these people parking as well if there's only so many spaces?
Through you, Madam Mayor, there are 6 accessible parking spaces provided throughout the development, which is in line with the zoning requirements and the AODA requirements for the site. There isn't a delineated visitor parking at this stage yet, but during the condominium process, certain parking stalls can be allocated for visitors.
Okay, so that's one issue I'd like to be looked at, Madam Mayor, because people do have people visiting, people do have family coming. We have a lot of people coming in and out. So, do you guys want some time to answer that question?
Sorry, through you, Madam Mayor, I've just been informed by Mr. White that 6 visitor spots per phase are being intended for the site.
Okay. Okay, so that's new news for this committee. Again, I'm going to stress again that's a big issue because people do come visit. Family members. People do have people bringing things in and so on and so forth. So again, if there's not even, again, I know you're saying it's 6, but again, that's still. We're crunching in and we're getting a bunch of stuff at the last end here. So I do want to see, again, some adjustments to the parking, I guess, on this plan, Madam Mayor. So I think my comments have been made, so that's all I have.
Thank you. I think we're all loud and clear about the parking issues because we've dealt with the downside of that from some other developments in our town. So I think everybody's had a chance to speak, and so I'm going to just add one more thing that I know that Councillor Chichok is also concerned about. In regards to the parking, we have no public transportation, so people do have vehicles, and we do need to accommodate vehicles. The other thing we are trying to encourage, though, is people to get out and enjoy what we do have to offer in terms of walkability of our community. And so I think my one disappointment, perhaps, with what's come forward is that there's just no real plan for moving children in particular, or adults as well, grandparents as well, out to the park. So I think the fact that that's only now a consideration or a possibility, and instead we're sending people to the cemetery, I would like to see perhaps something done about that too. That would be, I'm very sorry, my one extra concern about this time. So we do need to consider that. So I'm going to, at this time, please read on with our final statement that must be part of the public meeting. So please be advised that an information report is being considered by the committee this evening. Please be advised that once committee and/or council have made a decision with respect to the zoning bylaw amendment, and if approved by council, a notice of their passing will be circulated with an appeal period. If you wish to be notified of council's decision, please ensure that you email the township clerk, Justin Paylov, at jpaylov@westlincoln.ca. And of course, that also is why we've asked for you to sign in. Anyone who is interested in observing council and/or committee discussions about a particular bylaw should not solely rely on mailed notices and thus potentially miss the opportunity to attend applicable meetings. It is suggested that you watch the township's website for the posting of agendas to review items that will be discussed at council and/or committee meetings. The agendas for meetings are posted on the township's website after 4 p.m. on the Friday prior to the meeting. Additionally, meeting schedules are also posted on the township's website for the public to view. If you wish to receive notices by email, it is suggested that you contact Township Clerk to advise of your request and include your email address along with your mailing address and your phone number. So at this time, I'm going to say that this public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is concluded at the hour of 7:40 and call this meeting to an end. Thank you. Yeah, okay. So we are just going to take a recess of a couple of minutes just to allow people who want to leave, and then we will go on with the rest of our regular meeting. We want to continue with the rest of our meeting. So the next portion of our meeting is appointments and presentations. And the first one we have this evening was a little bit questionable. So as a reminder to council, before our July meeting, we had invited 3 local youth athletes to come to council before their exciting trip to Kawasaki, Japan, to compete in the World Jump Rope Championships this month. Unfortunately, due to a heavy training schedule, Kaylee, Lexi, and Soraya Killens were unable to attend in person. So the 10-day competition allowed for the girls to showcase their skills in both individual and team freestyle and speed events. They also took part, along with their teammates, in a special choreographed routine that highlighted their creativity, athleticism, and teamwork. So since they weren't expected to fly home until yesterday, we really weren't sure whether we were going to have them here this evening or not, but they're here, jet lagged, of course, but we're happy to have them here so that we can at least present them with a certificate. So we do have township certificates for each of the girls to recognize this accomplishment of competing on the world stage. We know that their parents and grandparents and other family members are extremely proud of them, but we also want Kaylee, Lexi, and Soraya to know that through this council recognition tonight, that their community is also very proud of them. So we're going to show a short video, I think, that Kim, their mom, provided to us so that you can see some of the kinds of things that the girls do. It's not just pulling out a skipping rope and doing some regular jumping. They are indeed athletes. I don't know about you, I can't even see the rope. You can hear it. Pretty amazing. So Mr. Clerk is our photographer tonight. And so I'm going to ask each of the girls to come forward. We do have a certificate, first of all, for Kaylee. And Kaylee and Lexi were bronze medal winners at these World Championships. So I have a certificate for each of you. So come forward, girls, please. This way. Gotta get the names right as well as, and we'll mix her up as well, because she didn't medal, but, 1,300 competitors, is that what I heard, something like that? 2,600. Oh, no, way more. So in all 4 of the various events that she participated in, she was in the top 20 in each of those 4. So again, So girls, you can go home to bed if you want. And Mom. And Mom. Thank you so much for being here. Good. A proud moment for the family and a very proud moment for the municipality as well. We've had several, really good representations from young people in our community. So our other guest this evening is the new Staff Sergeant for District 8. So we have Staff Sergeant Dylan Bourgeois with us. And he doesn't have a presentation for council, but he is here to hear your questions, your concerns, the roads you're worried about, the things in each of your wards that are most concerning to you about what's going on in West Lincoln. So Staff Sergeant, would you like to come up to the presenter's chair? I think that Director DePaulo showed you where you needed to be, so you have a microphone. Oh, it's working. So members of council, I'd like you to meet Staff Sergeant Dylan Bourgeois, Councillor Rayner. Councillor Chichok would be sitting in the next seat normally, but she's the one on Zoom that we're going in and out with. Councillor Riley is missing. You've met our CAO, I think, our clerk. I'm not sure if you've met the clerk. Councillor Trombetta, which is the Caister area, out that way. Councillor Broderick, which is the other countryside outside. And Councillor Maychak is our newest councillor, and he's in town. So,
nice to meet you all.
Oh, and Regional Councillor Albert Witteveen is behind saying, here's me too. So in any case, you've probably at some point had to deal with all of us. So go ahead, please, if you'd like to make any kind of a comment first, and then we'll open it for questions for a few minutes.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Is this on?
I think we can hear it all.
Yeah, thank you for having me here. This is my second tour in 8 District. I was out here, I think, from 2010 till 2013 as a constable, and then moved on to investigative roles throughout the service. So I'm happy to be back and serving this area again.
Okay. So we're glad you're familiar with our area at least, because it is very large and we're aware that that's problematic for sure. So I'm going to open it up to councillors who maybe have been saving up their questions. We're glad that you were able to join us this time. We know that you weren't able to come previously. So Councillor Maychak, anything from your end that you want to ask about?
No question. We hear all the time, community safety is the highest priority. Based on your experience, so what do you see as priority or maybe your bigger concerns here in West Lincoln in terms of safety?
Certainly traffic safety is a key area that we're focusing on right now. I made that clear when I came out to the women and men that work out of 8 District that's going to be an expectation. I'm not prepared to prevent like stats or anything tonight on where we're at, but it has. I can say confidently it has improved.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Broderick?
Through you, Mayor, welcome. I have a few questions. One of them was about traffic and safety, community safety as well. We do notice that especially on the weekends, there's such an increase in traffic in our community. I think people are bypassing that QEW parking lot and maybe coming up here and getting themselves down to the Niagara area. That's what I assume is the reason. Is the NRP conscious of that? And if so, I had a little pun on here, the word, is that on your radar?
Are we referring to commercial traffic or?
Both.
Okay, so in respect to commercial traffic, we have I don't know how long it's been going on, but I gather it well predates me. We've had a partnership with the MTO out of the weigh scales there in Vineland. We actually just did one last week. I don't know if the media release has come out on that quite yet. But typically they've been going monthly. We work in partnership with other services throughout the area, Halton, Hamilton. I'm probably forgetting some, and I apologize, in conjunction with the OPP, our officers, and the MTO. That's commercial related, so that's addressing that. I gather I don't know if this township has anything like what Lincoln has going on with cameras to capture vehicles who may be purposely avoiding the weigh scales. But we do work in conjunction with them, and I do think that West Lincoln benefits from us performing that out there. As to non-commercial traffic, I wouldn't say that I'm personally aware of it. You do have the right to traverse freely through the area. It is, part of your Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and it's certainly nothing that we should be proactively, it's certainly not anything that we can proactively stop. Certainly if it's speeding, violation of traffic rules, that's something we can address. An increase in traffic on roads, they're public roadways.
Oh, absolutely, sir. I agree with you. I think if it's something for consideration and staffing levels allow more police presence, certainly weekends is something where the roads are really feeling it.
Yes.
Even out into the rural areas. Silver Street, for example, is quite, busy, and speed is a factor, in particular on the weekends. So that's a concern for the residents in my ward, for sure. I'll let some of my colleagues ask some more questions. I'll just finish up with one about, as you've come on board as a staff sergeant, building relationships with the community is certainly something that I'm sure you're thinking about, and perhaps have future thoughts on what that will look like for you. Can you comment at all about what those strategies will look like as far as building trust and relationships within the community of West Lincoln?
I think that's something probably more, it's a service-wide approach. I think that might be something more directed to our senior management, because we're taking a regional-wide approach to that. We have been proactive participants recently at the Community Safety Day. We get periodic requests to have an officer come by a school or an event. And when we get those requests, I'm not going to sit here and say that we can fulfill every single request. Our priority is community safety, and our priority is being out there, keeping the community safe on the road and in their communities. But when staffing does permit, yes, we've been attending schools, we've been attending community safety days, and similar type community functions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Trebek, anything for you?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Staff Sergeant, for coming. I got a few questions. So now you're out of Grimsby pretty much. Are you operating, or what's your location? And the reason why I'm going to ask is, how many police officers do we have for our local area?
So I report to Grimsby
Okay.
Monday to Friday, normal business hours. We have an authorized, we operate on a 4-platoon system.
Okay.
We have an authorized strength of 9 officers per platoon. In addition to that, which also operates out of the Grimsby detachment on Clark Street, we have a detective office. Just recently, effective July 1st, the staffing in the detective office increased, so we now have 7 detective constables working out of there, and a detective sergeant managing that office.
How many do you have designated for our area out of the Grimsby office?
So,
through you, Madam Mayor, sorry if I
Yep.
I may.
So officers are deployed to the road. They're deployed to 8 district, but there is coverage up here all the time.
Okay.
Sometimes, and I shouldn't, and I apologize, I shouldn't forget to mention too, they don't work out of 45 Clark Street, but we also have our traffic services unit. They work out of 2 Cushman, but they also are out here. They're in Grimsby, they're in Lincoln, they're in West Lincoln, so you also receive the benefit of them, even though I'm not in charge of them and they don't operate out of the Grimsby detachment.
And the only reason I'm stating that is because we do have, and again, from a council standpoint, where we get a lot of calls from constituents, that lack of representation is the problem in our area. People are feeling unsafe in our area. You can see what's happening on the news. They are feeling that their taxes are going up for the police budget, but we're not getting the same in return. And I'm especially feeling that in our rural, far end border Hamilton wards, where our ward is, which borders Hamilton, which is the furthest end, where a lot of people have reached out to probably myself and my other colleague from the council here, they reach out to him as well of, you know, a lot of break-ins, a lot of feeling unsafe, and, you know, people don't know what to do, like, and, you know, and what can I tell them is what I wanted to kind of ask you is, what can I say to them? I'm saying, well, okay, reach out to Twitter, call your local police department, see if you can get some, you know, presence out there. What else can I tell them? Again, put yourself in my shoes when you're getting those phone calls, right? So
I don't exactly know what you mean by reach out to Twitter.
Well, because that's happened before where, you know, if you report an incident, the police services board said put it on their Twitter page.
Okay.
Like comment on Twitter if they're speeding on the road. That was the comments that they gave us before on a previous
I would
presentation.
encourage residents of the town of West Lincoln to contact us. If it's an emergency, obviously call 911. If it's a non-emergency, please contact our non-emergency number. If you see suspicious activity, please let us know. The community to some extent is the eyes and ears for safety, and we're here to respond, and we will respond. I think when around March, started looking at some stats and whatnot, like we police a third of the region geographically, not population-wide. Population-wise, it is a massive geographical area that we coverage. So, you know, to hope that you're going to see a police officer every day on a certain street, I don't know how many, I don't know the total distance of kilometers of streets, keeping in mind we have township roads and regional roads in West Lincoln. I don't know the exact distance of all the roads in total, but to cover every road in 8 district in a shift, it would be an impossible task.
So I think there's a misunderstanding about
Yeah.
8 district as well. So Lincoln, Grimsby, and West Lincoln
Yes.
are all
They are.
8th district.
Okay.
So,
But
and
before, Madam Mayor, we
so
had
part of the question,
representation.
the question was, and I think I can probably reword it for you, because I know where you're going with that. In the past, there was an assumption that X number of officers were assigned specifically to deal with West Lincoln. Is that still true? Are there some that are specifically responsible for things in West Lincoln, some specifically in Grimsby, some specifically in Lincoln?
Officers are assigned to zones, and, you know, there are times and there are incidents that have happened here where we pull from Grimsby to get extra officers up here.
Okay.
Likewise.
So
and
there are some sort of assigned, but you pull where you need them.
But that's, sorry, Madam Mayor, is that responding just to calls, or is that for just police presence? Like, that's what I'm asking before. And we used to have patrolmen walk our streets of West Lincoln downtown. Now we don't have that anymore.
Okay.
And that's what I'm asking, what was really been designated to West Lincoln? Last time when they came to present last year, Madam Mayor, they said 2 were designated to West Lincoln.
We did hear that.
We did hear that. So that's what I'm kind of getting at, is saying, is that still the case? Or that has changed?
There is still a minimum of 2 officers.
Designated to
Yes.
West.
Sometimes, if staffing permits, we do put more here. Absolutely.
Okay. Because again, my only whole thing to Madam Mayor, to the sergeant, is again, the budgets went up, and if the public is feeling the lack of representation, the 2 is not enough as our population has increased, as crime has increased, how, you know, more break-ins are happening, they're feeling that it's not enough, and this is the pressure we're getting. So, and I don't mean to put pressure on you, but I have to relay these questions for my constituents because they want answers. They're, you know, a lot of, and again, I've lived out here my whole life too. We've never had the break-ins that we had at these farms. We've never had the break-ins that we had at these, in our other areas, and we feel that we're not represented to the fullest. And, you know, again, the taxes are increasing on us, and we're not getting the services. So I hope I can relay that message that we do need more representation out here, especially in our rural wards, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, and that, because we've been hearing these rumblings, and because we've been hearing from members of the public what's going on and why don't, was the reason we invited the staff sergeant. So I think he's well prepared to hear some of your concerns, so that's fine. Councilor Rayner, anything from you?
Yes, thank you. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
You say District 8 has 4 platoons?
Yes.
And 9 officers per platoon, is that correct?
Authorized strength of 9, yes.
And how many zones?
5 zones.
so they're spread pretty thin. There's over, I believe, the Director of Public Works and say, I think there's 444 kilometers of roads in the Township of West Lincoln. It's something around that number. So you want to know how many kilometers of roads, that's how big West Lincoln is. It's huge. We had a very large tax increase this year. Biggest one came from the region. The mayor and our regional councilor supported a near 10% tax increase, which I've got a lot of phone calls about because it's hurt deeply, the increase. We were told through the mayor that a lot of it was because of policing. But I want to know specifically, since we are very vulnerable, as Councillor Trombetta and Councillor Trombetta and I are in the same ward, and we have just been dinged with a very high increase in our taxes to cover what the region says is a deficiency. How has that helped us in the Township of West Lincoln, and how has that helped us in Ward 1, that we were getting some of that money that we've invested, that we were told in the better interests of the Township of West Lincoln, our regional councilor said, yes, you're going to pay this amount, but it's for policing. How are we improved now that you've got this extra money over what you did last year? Because I don't see it out there. I walk my dogs every day, couple kilometers. If I see 2 cruisers a year down Caser Center Road, that's about average. And I go at different times of the day. I don't see anything out there, and yet I'm thinking, I've just paid a heck of a lot more in my property taxes because we need more policing. I'm not seeing it. Councillor Trombetta is saying, we got problems out there. They're not seeing it either. What has happened in the last little while that the people who've invested in the policing of the regional budget are now starting to see something in my area? Can you tell me if there's anything improved since last year in the Township of West Lincoln?
Yes, so I think I mentioned that we just recently expanded our detective services unit by 2 officers in Grimsby. As well, even though they don't work necessarily out of 8 district, we've expanded regional units. For just the one that comes off the top of my head is the domestic violence unit. We expanded that. There's other units that have been expanded. I'm not really in a position to explain how the money from the taxation has been applied throughout the Niagara Regional Police Service. That would, probably be a question better posed for the chief of police and not myself.
Right. I know it's a difficult question, and I know there's been an increase in crime, especially in like Welland, St. Catharines, and Niagara Falls, and that's part of the region, and that's why they need more policing. But unfortunately, us in the country aren't seeing where our money's going. It's going to areas of Niagara that has nothing to do with us, but somehow they want our money. But we want something back in return, and like Councillor Trebetta said, we want a more secure area that once in a while we see a cruiser drive down. There was one drove down a couple months ago, he went by, I went like this. like wow, I seen one. They're just not around. And even in patrol, I'm surprised I don't see them more in the patrol in the rural roads, going up and down just whenever they have time. It's just their visual presence does make a big difference when people see them once in a while, because it does, I think it's a deterrent to see that they're around once in a while. Says, hey, I better not do something because it may be the next time I do something, they're going to be right here because I've seen them around here. If you don't see them, then they say, well, I can do anything I want because nobody comes. And lots of times when you do call the police, it takes up to 45 minutes for them to get there because they're at Victoria Avenue and we're practically a Woodburn. Like they're so far apart, we don't get the services that, unfortunately, especially this year, we've been forced to pay for, but we're not getting a return on investment. So I don't know, can we bring somebody higher up that would go into this in more detail for us to get us? I would like to know, since it's hurt my pocket, where is my money going for the police force in Niagara, and how is it helping the people of the Township of West Lincoln? Because we're damn well paying for it.
I can't speak for if somebody will come, but certainly a request can be made through council to the office of the chief. And
I think we did have a presentation, Madam Mayor, a number of years ago that they did come in and did something like this. I think it would be good to know, because I've had many calls about, wow, what happened? Because July we just had our new taxation come out, and it was heavy, and it was hard, and it was mean. And my answer was that our regional councilors said that this policing that was the cause of it, and they supported it because we need to be safe and secure. And then my reaction comes back, well, I haven't seen any difference around my area. Where are we getting our bang for our buck? Well, I'm not seeing it. So, yeah, it would be nice if we could arrange that so we could at least see what's going on, because we're very vulnerable out there, as Councillor Trombetta said.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, so, well, Councillor Chichok, we're going to try to bring Councillor Chichok in so that she can ask her question. Have you been able to follow, Joanne?
It's been pretty stable, yes, but we'll see how long it lasts.
Okay.
Mine is not a question. It is to say, last week was a terrible week in one neighborhood in West Lincoln in the Anastasia and Georgia Caucus area, and I must commend Sergeant and his force, and it's great to see that they are working as hard as they are. I see a lot of police cars around, but I travel in through to Grimsby, etc. So they're around. It's maybe not as much as we wanted to have, but there was some tomfoolery being played in a neighborhood by a bunch of pranksters, and the unfortunate thing was that it was at 2 o'clock in the morning, and secondly, there was some substantial damage done to a couple houses and to doors. But I will say the police were there. They followed up. They because of the use of so many cameras on houses, it's now I don't know how you can even attempt to do something silly because you're caught on camera. So the youths were caught and their parents, and they settled with the policemen offering facilitation, have now come to an amicable settlement with the offended homeowners who were very, let me say, startled since of the time. But thank you for the diligence that you're putting into our area. I know we could use more. But that was an old-fashioned solution where the police brought a solution to the offended as well as to those that were offending. So thank you.
Yes, thank you. I'm not in a position to talk about incident specifics, some confidentiality and privacy issues, obviously, but I will share your praise with the folks that work out of the building. Thank you very much.
So of course, because we have lack of communication in many other ways, many of those incidents hit social media. So there were many people in the community sort of following that who were quite pleased as progress was made throughout that situation. And then on the streets, if you bumped into people, or at the ice cream place, when I bumped into people in town, then I heard about the solution from their perspective. From the residents that I spoke with, they were very, very pleased, as Councillor Chichok was saying, that it had been resolved in the way that it had been. So again, that's good community policing, when we're able to look after that kind of incident in a good way. So,
thank you.
Anything else, Councillor Chichok? Well,
no, I think I'll quit while I'm ahead.
It worked well, so thank you. Okay. Back to anybody. Shelley, anything else? You said that you might have some more? No? Greg, last chance.
Sorry, through you, Madam Mayor, just a real quick one, more on a personal level. My daughter's considering becoming a police officer. Any brief advice you might be able to give that may help her in the hiring process?
We are hiring. We are actively hiring, and I didn't grow up here. I came here in 2003. Best decision I ever made. I love my job. I love where I am right now. Not that I've spent my 22 years in Grimsby, Lincoln, and West Lincoln. I've spent time in St. Catharines, Welland. You get to see all the region, and it's been an experience, very rewarding.
There's nothing else, and I think that we can thank you very much for coming in person. We know that you've taken some of your own personal time to be able to do that, so we do appreciate being able to have a one-on-one discussion with you about safety in the community. So thank you, Staff Sergeant.
Yes, have a good evening.
And that takes us to Regional Council remarks. Councillor Witteveen.
Looks like we're good.
Well, the seat's been kept warm all night anyway, so.
And it seems to be
you know,
getting a
so
little
that's
lower
okay.
and lower, actually.
And I know that we've had a busy agenda, so I just have a short report this evening. So good evening, Mayor, members of council, staff, members, and public. I have a couple updates this evening from the region that I'd like to share with you. First is we had an update from Niagara Regional Housing. So I just want to kind of share with you some of the challenges that we're facing here with housing in Niagara. So in Niagara, we own and operate 3,051 units, in which about 94% of tenants pay rent geared to income. The formula obviously is 30% of income for rent. And what I'd like to emphasize is that there's been a wait list of 30,000 individuals that would need this type of assistance to make life affordable. So to put it in perspective, this equates to about 16.6% of the entire population of the Niagara region. So this shows a great need for affordable housing here in all our communities. So as the mayor and myself continuously lobby for our community to expand its inventory for affordable housing. Niagara Regional Housing is continually looking for community partners to help expand this much needed inventory. Challenges are no increased levels of funding from both levels of government, no changes to social assistance rates, no decreases in vacancy rates for affordable housing, and the current trends of increased needs specifically for seniors and family with children. So as we proceed to attend to AMO next week, we will continue to bring these issues and concerns to our MPPs at every possible chance that we have. Secondly, as Chair of Public Works, we're in the process, we have our meeting tomorrow morning, and we're in the process of awarding the contract for the long-awaited water and sewer sanitary project from Highway 20 for Highway 20 from South Grange Road 5 to Wade Avenue as the fourth step of the rehabilitation of Highway 20. So I'm going to go out and say, because it's already out there, that the contract's been awarded to, I think, say Biaco Construction Corporation, and it's within the budget. So we're excited about that, and as you know, it's been a joint project with Niagara Region and the Township of West Lincoln. And excited to see this project be awarded. So this will help in the upgrade of the upgrade to the pumping station that will assist the growth in our northwest quadrant. So other than that, I look forward to spending this coming weekend with members as we go to AMO and delegate for the concerns of our community. So if anybody has any questions, I'll be glad to answer them this evening.
Okay, any questions, members of council?
No.
Seeing
Okay.
none. Okay, thank you. Well, not here, not here. Okay, so that takes us then to confirmation of minutes, and Councillor Trombetta, you have that resolution, please?
Moved by myself that the minutes relating to the July 14th, 2025 council, including all committees meeting and the recommendations contained therein, be accepted. Do I vote?
Okay. You can vote, because there was a public meeting, but if you've read the minutes, you can vote. You just won't be able to vote when that issue comes back, the public meeting issue comes back. Okay, so someone to second the resolution, please. Councillor Maychak, thank you. Oh, still an issue, okay. And we've lost Councillor Rayner too. So. So,
I'm in favor, Madam Mayor.
okay, so we still have to open the vote, but we're missing a councillor. Just a moment. Okay, so the vote is open, and I guess we just, so Councillor Chichok is in favor, the rest of us can vote, and Councillor Rayner, we're just about to vote on the minutes from the last meeting.
That's fine.
Okay, and that resolution carries. Thank you. 10.2 is a public meeting under the Planning Act, and those are the minutes that Councillor Chichok. Can you have that resolution? Can you follow us and do that?
I do, Madam Mayor, if you can hear me.
We can hear you. Good. So far, so good.
Okay, move on off that the minutes relating to the July 14th public meeting be accepted.
Thank you. And someone to second those? Councillor Bradrick? Any question about those meetings or comments on those minutes? Seeing none, the vote should be in front of you. Okay, and that also carries. Okay, under communications, I brought forward this resolution, and poor Councillor Maychak gets to read it. I have some comments about it in my mayor's remarks. It certainly is something, the HER is not about her, but it is Halton that began this Elect Respect campaign. And it is something that's working its way. It has already been to regional council, and it's something that's working its way throughout the province. Based on the fact that there has been a lot of media, a lot of online negativity, and the fact that some of that is discouraging really good candidates from deciding that they do want to enter the world of being an elected representative at all levels. And so the resolution is really about respect. So Councillor Maychak, I'll ask you to read it, but I need somebody to be willing to second it. But maybe, okay, Councillor Bradford, we'll get it seconded, then we'll read it. And if there's any further discussion, we can go from there. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Certainly an important message. Moved by myself, whereas democracy is healthy when everyone is able to participate fully and safely and contribute to the well-being of their community. And whereas we are witnessing the dissolution of democratic discourse and respectful debate across all levels of government and in neighboring jurisdictions. And whereas Ontario municipality elected officials are dealing with increasingly hostile, unsafe work environments facing threats and harassment. And whereas social media platforms has exacerbated disrespectful dialogue, negative commentary, and toxic engagement, which desensitizes individuals, especially women and candidates from diverse backgrounds from running for office. And whereas better decisions are made when democracy is respectful and constructive, and the voices of diverse genders, identifies, ethnicities, races, sexual orientation, ages, and abilities are heard and represented around municipal council tables. And whereas the Association of Municipalities of Ontario's Healthy Democracy Project has identified concerning trends with fewer people voting in local elections and running for municipal office. And whereas in 2024, female elected representatives from across Halton formed a group called HER, Halton Elected Representatives, which pledged to speak out against harassment and negativity in politics and called on elected officials to uphold the highest standards of conduct. And whereas HER Halton has launched a campaign called Elect Respect to promote the importance of healthy democracy and safe, inclusive, respectful work environments for all elected officials that encourages individuals to participate in the political process. And whereas on June 5th, 2025, the Canadian Association of Feminist Parliamentarians launched a non-partisan parliamentary civility pledge to encourage all parliamentarians to commit to end workplace harassment and increase civility on Parliament Hill, modeled after the pledge developed in Halton by representatives of HER. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Township of West Lincoln Council supports the Elect Respect pledge and commits to treats others with respect in all spaces, public, private, and online, reject and call out all harassment, abuse, and personal attacks, focus debate on ideas and policies, not personal attacks, help build a supportive culture where people of all backgrounds feel safe to run for and hold office, call on relevant authorities to ensure the protection of elected officials who face abuse or threats, and model integrity and respect by holding one another to the highest standards of conduct, and that the Township of West Lincoln Council calls on elected officials, organizations, and community members to support the Elect Respect campaign and sign the online pledge at www.electrespect.ca, and that a copy of this resolution be sent to the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, Ontario's Big City Mayors, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, Mayors, and Regional Chairs of Ontario, relevant MPs and MPPs, Regional Police, the Ontario Provincial Police, and the Royal Canadian Mounted Police.
That was a lot. Thank you very much, Councillor, for all of that. So this is the same resolution that went to Regional Council, and that's why it is as lengthy as it is. It is the same resolution that is being passed from municipality to municipality, from council to council throughout Ontario. Are there any questions or further comments about this? Councillor Bradrick.
Just a brief comment, Madam Mayor. I've been watching this as Mayor Marion Ward has brought this forward. Definitely in my role as a councillor, I have been in situations where I have felt somewhat threatened, more so than I have in my other career, and was surprising to me for sure when it did first happen and caused me to have to change my phone number. So I think that, I don't know if that really has anything with me to being a woman or not, but as a woman, I think you are more conscious of that when it does happen to you, and you wonder if it has anything to do with your gender. But I think that us creating an environment where we are civil and respectful of everyone, which I think we do a great job at, that we are also presenting that to our community and to the staff that serve the municipality so well. So I'm glad to see this is in front of us.
Thank you. Any further comments? Councillor Chichok, anything? I don't see your hand, but no. Okay, don't know whether we've lost her or whether we haven't lost her. Okay.
No, I'm here, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity, and I echo all of the comments made by my colleague, Councillor Bradrick. It does make one wonder what exactly is provoking these people to act the way they do. Is it because of gender? Is it because they don't respect people who put their names out there to try and do good work for them, or exactly what it is that causes these kinds of behavior to terrorize, I think, and I'm going to use that word because I actually am aware of a few cases where it was very terrifying to young women, and they do then take their names away from the ballot. So if we can do something to stimulate respect for everyone, male and female, that it will then make opportunities for qualified candidates to come forward more readily and not feel that it's not worth it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further comments from anybody?
And I would like to request a recorded vote.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, so I think we're ready for that, Mr. Clerk, whenever you're ready.
Through the mayor to the rest of council, I'll read out the names as they appear on my screen, asking for a yay or a nay vote. The first member of council, Mayor Canan.
Support.
Councillor Bradrick.
Support.
Councillor Rayner. Councillor Rayner.
I heard you. Support.
Councillor Chichok.
I'm in favor.
Councillor Trombetta.
Support.
And Councillor Maychak. That motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you very much.
Gun to your head, shit.
So, thank you. So 11.2 is also a product of the Niagara region, and actually it's too bad that Staff Sergeant left because the regional police were part of the discussion when this came forward at Regional Council, and they have asked again for all municipalities to deal with this individually. So Councillor Chichok, it's very long as well. Are you okay to give this a go? Oops. Councillor Chichok, are you ready for Resolution 11.2?
Yes, I am. And if I do happen to lose connection, please just assign it to someone else, but moved by myself. Whereas human trafficking in Niagara is currently a persistent challenge impacting the hospitality and tourism sectors. And whereas human trafficking is a critical issue due to the region's proximity to the U.S. border and the thriving tourism hospitality sectors, which create environments where sexual and labor exploitation can go unnoticed. And whereas women, newcomers, racially marginalized people experiencing poverty, people living with disabilities, and children in child welfare systems are disproportionately targeted and impacted by the harms perpetrated by traffickers. And whereas 60% of human trafficking cases in Ontario occur along the corridor linking Toronto and Niagara, and whereas data from the Niagara Regional Police Services comparing 23 and 24 indicate that the number of human trafficking investigations increased by 61%, the number of victims identified increased by 700%, the number of accused charges increased by 190%, the number of criminal charges laid increased by 75%, and the number of referrals to NRPS Human Trafficking Unit to Victim Services Niagara increased by 133%. And whereas human trafficking thrives in secrecy, but with leadership and commitment, local government can be on the front line of prevention and protection. And whereas local businesses and organizations are key to preventing human trafficking through proactive measures such as the 4 Ps, prevention, protection, partnership, and prosecution, and whereas local area municipalities have already begun to assist in making the Niagara region inhospitable to human traffickers, and whereas tools of empowerment for success, known as TOES, Niagara and Brock University have undertaken work funded by Women and Gender Equality Canada to develop a code of conduct to prevent human trafficking in the Niagara region through education, increasing awareness, and provided resources, including prevention strategies. And whereas TOES, Niagara, and Brock University created a steering committee of representatives from across tourism, business, education, law enforcement, government, and nonprofit sectors to engage in broad community collaboration through focused groups, surveys, and feedback sessions to develop the Code of Conduct for Human Trafficking Prevention in the Niagara region. Now therefore be it resolved that the Township of West Lincoln recognize that human trafficking in Niagara has serious impacts on the health and wellness of local residents and their families, as well as the negative economic impact to local businesses and communities. That the Township of West Lincoln Council endorsed the work of TOES, Niagara, and Brock University in developing a code of conduct for prevention of human trafficking in the Niagara region, and that the Township of West Lincoln commit to reviewing, assessing the applicable local government sectorial guidelines and responsibilities outlined in the code upon its finalization, with the intent to implement measures that align with regional priorities and capacity, and that the Township of West Lincoln write letters to all of Niagara's 12 local area municipalities, encouraging them to also endorse the work of TOES, Niagara, and Brock University in the development of the Code of Conduct for the Prevention of Human Trafficking in Niagara region, and commit to reviewing and assessing the applicable local government sectoral guidelines and responsibilities outlined in the code upon its finalization, with the intention to implement measures that align with the municipal priorities and capacity, and that a copy of this motion be sent to Niagara's 4 MPs, Niagara's 4 MPPs, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, known as AMO, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, known as FCM, mayors and regional chairs of Ontario, known as MARCO, and big city mayors, known as OBCM, and the Ontario Canadian and Canadian Associations of Chiefs of Police.
Again,
Amen.
Thank you for that very, very long resolution. We need someone to second that, please. Councillor Maychak. Any questions?
And Madam Mayor, speak to it for 1 second before I lose any more. I couldn't feel more pleased to see something of this nature coming forward, to think that we are having to make these kinds of statements to end and to eliminate racially marginalized people or people in poverty, people who are here as the last resort for a life that's half decent. I find it sad that we have to do that, but I'm so greatly joyed that we are going to raise the bar of acknowledgement, recognition, and hopefully involvement and elimination of this kind of horrific type of behavior by some people, making money on other people. So I totally endorse this, and I hope that we can get it approved by our council this evening.
Thank you. Okay. Councilor Rayner, you want to speak?
Yes, Madam Mayor. The last item that came up in this item are all motherhood statements, and I'm wondering, as the Township of West Lincoln, as small as the Township of West Lincoln is, do you really think this is going to do anything? And why are we doing this when this should be done at much higher levels of government that have the power and the authority to actually do something about it? Like, these are great. We could do another 100. I mean, I'm sure we can all pick something, and we can do 3 or 4 pages of it, and everybody's happy, and we all got to do it, and I want a recorded vote to make sure that nobody steps out of line. But I mean, seriously, do you really think this is going to make a difference?
I think it makes a difference.
You need to get your MPPs in here, sitting in here and saying, look, I need you to do something because we've got a problem. This is not your fight. This is their fight, and they've got the authority to do something about it. You're on the bottom of the totem pole. You've got great ideas, but unfortunately the people who have the power don't have the great ideas. So what are you trying to do, brainstorm them? They should be knowing this without being told.
So this is something that Brock and other organizations that have worked with the police and with the hoteliers and with the people in various agencies, and they feel that this has been something that has been hidden, tossed aside, kept with people not being informed.
And it probably has been.
So the issue is, it was brought to regional council for a discussion the same way. We had numerous presentations, and the decision at regional council was that it was unanimously supported and that it should come to individual councils. So the hope is, throughout the province, that our area, of course, being a border area, has been one of the worst, but there are others as well that are suffering. So every time you open up your Facebook account and you see a missing person, a missing young girl, a missing somebody, and they don't know, they can't find that person, many of those are cases that have later on been identified.
Madam Mayor, you and I both watch Channel 11 News every night, and there's hardly a day goes by where they're not looking for somebody or somebody has been charged with human trafficking. It is visible, it is obvious, and they're catching them. So therefore, poor Brock and everybody else is trying to do this to say, hey, government, excuse me, I think we need to clamp down on this, when it's out there clearly, and it's up to our leaders of this province to make the effective law. We shouldn't be doing all this to tell them, because even the TV is showing that the police are catching these people doing this. It's going on, and it is a lot in Niagara. If it's not in Brantford, it's in Niagara Falls. You see it just about every night.
Right. So
I
there is a
understand,
lot.
and I agree with it, but we are at the bottom.
So the bottom of the totem pole holds the rest of the totem pole up, Councillor. I guess that's all I can say.
Well,
but ultimately, if we are not showing support and not being aware, if we're not making sure that our local businesses are aware, it's less important in West Lincoln, I grant you that, because we don't have that in our face. But we are part of the region. We are being asked to show our support, to raise awareness in the community. You'll be seeing things on Facebook come through periodically as well, that various organizations and groups are, again, we think we know, but there are many people who this is an unknown entity to them. They are unaware that this is going on.
Understand, Madam Mayor, but our government is more concerned with giving Mayors of Powers Act and Bill number 5 to change anything, that they're concerned about this. This is not on their concern list. And
Well,
it should be,
it should
and it's
be.
not
You're-
our job to be telling them what to do. They are failing us because they're not focused. And I appreciate you wanting to do this, but
So-
boy, we
so
could do
I-
100 more of these a
And
week.
maybe we need to, but I did not personally bring this. This came as a request through the clerk's office from the region. As we send out letters and ask others to be involved, it came through the clerk's office. This is not, I didn't bring this. This has nothing to do with me, other than I'm sitting in this chair this evening. It came at the request of the region for all municipalities to do the same.
We all agree these are
Well,
motherhood
then
statements,
let's
but
do
my
it.
goodness, where's it going to end?
Well, I don't know, but it's not ending with this one for sure,
Well, that's
because we
for
need
sure.
we need to deal
We
with
got
this
two
one.
in one night.
Okay, well, 2 were requested, so there we are. Yes, Councillor Bradford.
I'm not sure if Councillor Rayner, I think I heard him request a recorded vote.
I
If
heard
not,
him mention
I-
a recording
yeah,
vote,
if
so
not-
we can do that, so, good. Okay, so when you're ready, Mr. Clerk. Oh, something else, Councillor
Sorry,
Minchuk? Sorry.
less of a question, more of a comment. I think with awareness, and some people are naive about what actually goes on. And when we're aware, maybe we can talk to someone, maybe help them, and maybe prevent some young girl from being trafficking that she's just not aware, or the family's not aware. And maybe in a small way, we can all help, and I think that's what this resolution does.
I think so too, thank you.
Through the mayor to the rest of the council, I'll read out the councillors in front of me. It is in random order, so I apologize. The first name I have is Councillor Bradrick.
Support.
Mayor Ganan.
Support.
Councillor Rayner.
Support.
Councillor Trombetta.
Support.
Councillor Chichok.
In favor.
Okay, there.
Councillor Maychak. That vote passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Well, so that brings you to my remarks, and my remarks actually echo a little bit of what's going on with this. So since our last meeting in July, on behalf of the Township, CAO McBride and I have met with our new Regional Commissioner of Corporate Services, Mr. Tim Ellis, to first of all establish a personal relationship and as well to discuss issues of importance to West Lincoln. So we're really pleased that Tim actually took time to come to West Lincoln to meet with us, as it gave him a sense of our geographic size and location as compared to the rest of the Niagara region. We're always happy when somebody comes our way to meet, and we are not always traveling that way. Equal Voice Niagara, a region-wide committee on which I serve as a board member, presented a webinar on July 21st from 6 to 7:30 p.m. The topic was navigating harassment in politics. Although this panel was made up that night of 3 female elected representatives from various communities throughout Ontario, it was not just about issues faced by female politicians. It was somewhat appalling to learn of the harassment, threats to family members and property, online trolling, and overall disregard for appropriate words and deeds that many of our colleagues face. The latest incident that occurred just before that webinar was the death threats against Mayor Patrick Brown. So, as an example. So, it was during that webinar that I first heard details regarding the reason behind and the need for the Elect Respect Pledge. Although I had read about it being on the regional agenda scheduled a few nights later that week, I had no idea what it really entailed. I will add that the resolution regarding Elect Respect was unanimously supported at that regional council meeting, and I'm really proud of our council tonight for also supporting that unanimously. I think if we don't say that we are going to take that pledge, whether you do it online or whether you just have done it as a group tonight, I think that we are missing the mark in terms of changing some of the behaviors that we're seeing in society right now in terms of disrespect and the way people speak to others. I represented West Lincoln at this year's Supercluster 2.0 event, where Minister Stancho and our own MPP Sam Osterhoff were in attendance as part of the program. There were 10 speakers in all from various aspects of Niagara tourism, who all spoke about the benefits of working together to enhance tourism and agritourism in Niagara as a whole, rather than working independently as in the past. So at Supercluster 1.0 2 years ago, this working together was the stated goal of those same people. Supercluster 2.0 provided the examples from each as to the steps already taken and those proposed for the future. Provincial government support has already been committed to this through such things as the QEW highway work currently being undertaken, a financial commitment to the Royal George Theatre as part of the Shaw Festival, the proposed widening of the bridge over the Welland Canal, proposed GO station work in various locations along the way, and services increased general GO service in and out of Niagara are all examples of money that's coming from the government into Niagara. The session that I just mentioned pointed out to me quite clearly that the provincial government is indeed making a sizable financial commitment to Niagara's future. They see potential in not only bringing tourists to our region, but encouraging more to stay longer and spend more money in our beautiful part of Ontario. This initiative, of course, is geared to also support the well-being of all local businesses connected in any way. And I'm going to veer from my remarks to just say, there were people from the food industry and various restaurants, people from the new boat, I can't even remember the name of it, that's supposed to go across the lake eventually so that you can get across in 35 minutes, to Toronto. I mean, all of those different groups and organizations that all represent some aspect of growing Niagara were all represented at that. To that end, it would appear that our smaller local issues, such as libraries and cemeteries, are not a high priority at this time. Additionally, the Infrastructure Ministry and that of Municipal Affairs and Housing are well aware of the need for additional funding for the necessary infrastructure to meet their primary goal of building homes. And of course, we know that that's one of our primary needs as well. With the existing economic conditions in our province, and in fact in our country, the focus, and perhaps rightly so, appears to be on growing all parts of the economy of Ontario that can be tackled over time in various stages. Steps over time will result eventually in a stronger, more stable economy for Ontario. Although we in West Lincoln met the deadlines months ago for submissions for delegations at the AMO conference next week, we were not successful in securing any one of the three for which we applied. It would seem, with there being 444 municipalities in the province and only 3 days of 8:30 to 5 o'clock time slots, many of the issues of lesser significance to current provincial priorities could not be accommodated this year. There are, however, on the conference program itself, a great many extremely valuable learning opportunities for members of council in attendance at this year's 2025 AMO conference. We will continue to meet with our local MPP and others as various opportunities arise to continue the discussions of importance to West Lincoln whenever an opportunity presents itself over the next several months. Finally, locally, John and I attended the 7 p.m. performance of the circus at our community center on July 28th. It was good, clean, old-fashioned family fun. Attendance was lower than hoped for, I think due to the questionable social media posts prior to the organizers completing arrangements with our staff. Hopefully, they'll be back again next year, and the necessary factual advertising in advance will help to correct the turnout issue. We have also attended the first 4 music, market, and parket events organized by our staff. The markets have been quite small but enjoyable, and the number of vehicles in the parket area have depended on the predicted weather for each week. But the music has been great, with approximately 150 to 200 people sitting on the embankment in their lawn chairs each week. Even the short but heavy burst of rain a couple of weeks ago, halfway through the performance, did not scare everyone away, with approximately 75 people staying until the end. Under umbrellas, mind you, and some of them under the canopy that's there, but they stayed. There is something very special about living in a small community that allows for sitting outside on a summer evening and listening to different types of live musical entertainment at no cost. There are still 2 weeks to go in this series, this upcoming Wednesday, August 13th, and the following week, August 20th, for residents to come out to enjoy some great music. So hopefully we'll see some people out there then. And that does conclude my remarks for this evening. Okay. Okay, so I need to go back, and I will find that. Do I have? I did, and I've turned that page already. Thank you. That's why we have clerk, because you see where it is at the bottom of my list. So, Councillor Rayner, I'm coming back to you because the clerk has just advised me that on the bottom of that very long resolution was 11.3, which was the Youth Advisory Committee minutes, and you have the minutes from the June 4th, 2025 meeting.
The minutes of the June 4th, are you referring to?
Yep, that's it.
Yep. Moved by myself that the minutes relating to the June 4th, 2025 Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee meeting and the recommendations contained therein be accepted.
Thank you. And someone to second that? Councillor Turnbull, thank you. And that vote should be up. I don't think there's anything much in those minutes. The kids are working on the Christmas card for this year. And the next 11.4, Councillor Maychak, you have a very short one this time as well.
Thank
the
you.
Age-Friendly Advisory Committee minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That the minutes relating to the May 2nd, 2025 Age-Friendly Advisory Committee meeting and the recommendations contained therein be accepted.
Thank you. Councillor Chichok, will you second those?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. Okay, so again, I don't imagine there are any questions about those either. They're busy working on their September event on September 26th, so we'll wait for the clerk. And you should have those minutes that vote in front of you. And that, okay, we're good. That also passes. So I've done my mayor's remarks, and it takes us to reports of committee. And our directors are sitting here waiting for all of their reports to come forward. So 13.1 is Growth and Sustainability Committee. And that is Director, Growth and Sustainability, Garrett Borma, and Senior Planner, Robin Shugan. And it's the information report PD-29-2025, which is an overview on Bill 17, the Protect Ontario by Building Faster and Smarter Act, and Bill 5, Protect Ontario by Unleashing Our Economy Act. Director, did you want to make any opening comments on that before we even get going, and then we'll...
I think I'd like to first introduce you to Robin, our newest senior planner, who's been here for a couple of weeks.
Thank you. I wondered if you wanted to do that before we got going on the rest. So,
and she
welcome,
actually has a
Robin.
brief introduction that she can go through just to highlight the highlights of those bills in that report.
Okay, so we'll put the resolution on the floor, and Robin, you can come up so that you have a speak. Thank you. Okay, so Councillor Chichok, you have the resolution to get it on the floor?
Yes, I do. That the information report PD 29-2025 titled Overview of Bill 17, Protect Ontario by Building Faster and Smarter Act be accepted.
Okay, thank you. And someone to second that, please? Councillor Bradrick. Thank you. Okay, welcome, Robin.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Mayor, members of Council. As introduced, I'm Robin Shugan, Senior Planner for the Township of West Lincoln. This is a report, it's an overview of the recent provincial changes with the introduction of Bill 17, Protect Ontario by Building Faster and Smarter, and Bill 5, Protect Ontario by Unleashing Our Economy Act. The province's goal of Bill 17 is to speed up the construction of infrastructure and homes to support the economy and community growth, as well as keep workers on the job and get shovels in the ground faster, and protect Ontario workers by modifying various acts, such as the Planning Act, Building Code Act, and Development Charges Act. The primary goal of Bill 5 is to accelerate the delivery of major infrastructure resource development projects by streamlining the approvals and permitting processes by modifying several environmental acts such as the Endangered Species Act, Environmental Act, Ontario Heritage Act, and creating these special economic zones. Both Bill 17 and Bill 5 received royal assent on June 5th, 2025. However, portions of these bills have not yet been in effect until the Lieutenant Governor sets a date for their enactment. As mentioned, Bill 17 has made amendments to the Development Charges Act, Planning Act, and the Building Code Act. Bill 5 makes amendments to the Environmental Assessments Act and enacts the Special Economic Zones Act, repeals the Endangered Species Act with the Species Conservation Act, as well as other amendments to various acts. The most significant changes include more exemptions under the Development Charges Act, deferral of development charges to occupancy, as of right variance approval for setback reductions less than 10%, and significant reductions to protect endangered species habitat. The province has approved a number of significant changes to the various acts outlined in this report, in particular the Planning Act and Development Charges Act. These amendments will influence how municipalities manage growth and allocate these costs associated with future development. The town of West Lincoln continues to support growth and housing needs of the community while protecting its valuable natural features and agricultural lands.
Thank you. So are there any questions or comments regarding this for Robin? Councillor Rayner? Oh. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank
Okay,
you.
I guess, which council are you talking to?
I was talking, we have you, so you go first while it's working. So you go ahead, and then we'll go back to Councillor Rayner. No worries.
Well, thank you. The issue for me is that, development charges are there to pay for services that are designed, and they are constrained by so many different things that you can only do to a limit. You're not going to all of a sudden get West Lincoln putting in 6 pads of ice, or the soft services that benefit the people who live here. We're held to the standard we've held for the past 15, to the average of the last 15 years. As far as hard services, those are for roads and for infrastructure required to support the growth that's coming to West Lincoln. I mean, it is not something where municipalities such as West Lincoln, whose development charges are 1/10 of those of the cities in and around Toronto, who needed to build quickly and needed to build big because of the explosion that happened in that area. I really think that it's unfortunate. I hate to see this because, in fact, the burden that you spoke of earlier tonight this is another example, and the burden is only getting moved to the fact that the taxpayer on their house taxes is going to, in fact, feel more of the impact of costs associated with growth than they ever had. And the principle of growth paying for growth that has been out as a principle of municipal government for the past 25 years is now, unfortunately, going to be diminished. Our ability to maintain affordable taxes is going to be hamstrung in the coming years. And I'm not a soothsayer, and I'm not predicting. I'm just looking at the areas, and I'm looking at what it will take us to maintain ourselves as a quality community. We're not just going to be building infrastructure that needs to be rebuilt, which has been left because municipalities didn't have the money or didn't take the opportunity to put the proper money out of their taxes to fix the infrastructure. We are now going to be taking on the responsibility from some of the charges, some of the costs associated with new developments, costs further than we've ever done before. So I guess I say, we're going to get Johnny and Susie into their house, but I hope that there's still a little bit after the mortgage and the payments for the house to pay for the taxes that we are unfortunately going to have to level. And this is it's just moving the burden onto, to Councillor Rayner's point about, other levels of government should be doing this. Well, other levels of government should be doing this. And this is an ill thought out program, but it does stretch out the time that it gives developers more money quicker, and it puts the burden onto the taxpayer. So I'm disillusioned, but what choice do we have when the legislation comes at us full bore and we're required to follow it or be non-compliant? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rayner.
Thank you. I certainly appreciate and respect the comments of Councillor Chichak. She made some good points. I see this as really retribution. I think our Premier tried to take the green belt. He was met with a lot of opposition. In fact, it's still in the courts. There's an RCMP investigation if it was fraudulently done or with the developers. So what he did, he said, okay, then whatever's left, we'll just take all the restrictions off it, and you guys can go do whatever in the heck you want. So this to me is almost retaliation for not having the green belt, and it's basically taking away all the regulations and things that are done to protect the best interests of the environment and everything else in order to fast track things, and down the road we'll be sorry we've done this. I certainly can't support this in any way, shape, or form. This to me is just this is like somebody who's never been a pilot before all of a sudden gets in the cockpit of a 747 and told you can fly it. I mean, we're just going to carte blanche do whatever we want, and the rules have just been thrown aside, and the next generation is going to look at this and say, what the heck was wrong with these people? Look what the damage they've done. I mean, there used to be a lot of things to protect the environment, to protect endangered species, and now, hell with them. That attitude is not acceptable to me, and somebody who respects and loves the agricultural community, this is downright dangerous. So there's no way I can support this, Madam Mayor. This is just reckless behavior, as far as I'm concerned.
So Councillor, we're not asking you to vote on it. We're just accepting the report. It's just
I'm not
explanation
accepting it. Well, I don't want to accept this because this whole thing is just ludicrous. This doesn't make any sense to me. I haven't got words. This is the most callous way of operating. Just throw the rules the hell away. Do whatever you want. Just build it. Well, no. build it properly and respect everything else around it.
So I
Somehow
don't-
you can fast track maybe some of the things that we did before that took longer, but you shouldn't throw them out and say, I'll just throw it out with the bathwater.
Right,
No.
so we aren't being asked to approve it or whatever, we just are being reported from our planner has put together a report to explain it to us, that's all.
I understand.
We're not being asked to like it, I'm sure that most of us don't like it.
Yeah, exactly.
But we're just, the resolution is just to accept the report, so just to be clear. We're not asking you to be in favor of it at all. Anything further from this side? Okay, so again, just to be clear, the minutes, okay, all we're doing actually is the information report be received for information. That's it. So we're just receiving the report. Okay, Mr. Clerk, whenever you're ready. So you're allowed to not receive it even though you've heard it.
Yeah, even though I heard it, I don't want to receive it because it's so ludicrously crazy. I don't want
Well,
any part of it.
anyway.
Thank you.
But, thank you, Robin. Okay, so item number 2, under growth and sustainability, again, Senior Planner Robin Trugan, and Manager of Planning and Design Susan Smythe. And it's a recommendation report PD 32-2025, a recommendation report about the removal of holding provision, or H13, for Lot 34 Plan M89. So, Councillor Trombetta, you have the resolution to get it on the floor, please? Are you having trouble?
My back.
Do you want somebody to do it for you?
No, I can.
You're okay? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Moved by myself that the recommendation report PD 32-2025, titled Recommendation Report, Removing of Holding Provision H13 for Lot 34, Plan M89, dated August 11, 2025, be received, and that council authorize the removal of the holding provision H13 on the subject lands as identified in the attached bylaw references Scheduled A.
Okay, thank you. And someone to second that, please? Councillor Broderick again, thank you. Okay, so Susan, do you want to make a comment about that, or are you going to let the report stand as it is and take questions if there are any?
Hello, yeah, I can take questions if there are any.
Okay, so are there any questions from any members of council? You've probably read the report and you know what the holding issue is about and that it's time for it to come off? Okay.
Okay.
Councillor Cheechak, just checking with you. You're okay? No questions about that?
No, I read the report and I'd answered all my questions.
Okay, thank you. So then we can just do the vote. Thank you, Susan. Okay, got everybody? We're just waiting for Councillor Cheechak. Okay. All right, and that also carries. Thank you. So item 3, under the same Growth and Sustainability Committee reports, Manager Community Planning and Design Susan Smythe and Director of Growth and Sustainability Garrett Borma. Re-information report PD-31-2025, 32 College Street, official plan amendment. And we've got all those again. File number 1701-002-25. Zoning bylaw amendment, file number 1601-004-25. Draft plan of subdivision, file number 2000-002-25. Draft plan of condominium, file number 2000-003-25 CDM. Site plan approval, file number 2100-004-25. And Councillor Broderick, you're going to get to repeat all those again. You have the resolution.
Yes, I do. Thank you. That information report PD-31-2025, titled Information Report 132 College Street, Official Plan Amendment, file number 1701-002-25, Zoning Bylaw Amendment, file number 1601-004-25, Draft Plan of Subdivision, file number 2000-002-25, Draft Plan of Condominium, file number 2000-003-25, CDM, Site Plan Approval, file number 2100-004-25 2025-25 dated August 11th, 2025 be received for information.
Thank you. And someone to second that? Councillor Machak, thank you. Okay, are there any further questions or comments regarding Councillor Rayner?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through to Garrett. Garrett, by approving this tonight, all we're saying is that public meeting and all the information that was requested and the research that your staff will be doing will be allowed to carry forward by approving this tonight. Is that correct?
That is correct. This is just for information to supplement the public meeting, and a recommendation report will be coming at a future time when we've addressed all the public and comments that staff have raised.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Anything further? Okay, so I think we're ready for a vote on that. And that also passes. Number 4, under the same topic, Manager of Community Planning and Design and Director, Growth and Sustainability, Garrett Borma. Recommendation report PD-30-2025. Again, a removal of a holding provision, H11, for 4944 Concession 4 Road, and that was the Silverdale Sports Center Limited. And Councillor Machak, you have the resolution.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Moved by myself that recommendation report -30, 2025, titled Recommendation Report, Removal of Holding Provision H-11 for 4944 Concession 4 Road, Silverdale Sports Center Limited, dated August 11, 2025, be received, and that council authorize a bylaw for the removal of the holding provision H-11 on the subject lands as identified on the attached bylaw referenced as Schedule A.
Thank you. So I need someone to second that. Councillor Trombetta, can we put you there? Thank you. Okay, any questions or comments regarding this holding provision report? Okay, again, everybody has seen the report. Joanne shaking her head online, so I know that she's also looked at it, so I think we're ready for a vote. And that also carries. That takes us to 13.2, which is Corporate Services Committee report. Director of Corporate Services / CFO, Caitlin Repos, read the recommendation report T-11-2025-2026 budget process and schedule. And Councillor Bradrick, you have the resolution to get it on the floor, please?
Yes, I do. 1, that recommendation report T-11-2025, titled 2026 Budget Process and Schedule, dated August the 11th, 2025, be received, and 2, that council approve the reduction of the time period as set out in subsection 7(3) of O Regulation 530-2022, being the council amendment period from 30 calendar days to 15 calendar days. And 3, that council adopt the proposed 2026 budget timeline as attached as Schedule A.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask for a seconder, first of all, and then we have something to change on that already, right? So Councillor Chichok, can I ask you to second that, please, to get it on the floor? Thank you. Okay, and I am going to go to the clerk because you did send something this afternoon.
And through the mayor to the rest of council, as you had seen earlier today, there was an addendum made to this report. It just didn't carry through to the live resolution. However, the second recommendation would read from 30 calendar days as prescribed by the regulation to 15 business days. I just wanted to make that clarification clear.
So thank you for that. So so it's on the floor. I don't know, Caitlin, do you want to speak first, or shall we get the explanation politically in terms of why we're doing this in the first place from the clerk? Your choice. Okay, go ahead, Caitlin. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, members of council. Tonight, council is presented with the proposed 2026 budget schedule. The report also discusses the impact of the province's newly enacted strong mayor powers on the budget process. Administration is proposing an advanced timeline for the 2026 budget, allowing for tabling of the proposed budget, bringing it to council on November 17th, 2025, which is about 2 months earlier than usual. Earlier adoption of the budget would allow for more comprehensive planning, earlier decision-making and procurement opportunities, and improved alignment with the township's fiscal year end. A survey was launched in June of this year to allow the public to share their thoughts regarding the township's budget. The results of this public engagement initiative will be shared in a future information report ahead of the 2026 budget. I will let the clerk just speak to the process dates in more details. But with the hopes of the budget schedule, we hope to have the budget adopted no later than January 9th, 2026. And just one final comment, the water and wastewater budgets, which are rate funded and have no impact to the township's levy, will be presented separately from the levy funded budget. The timeline for this will be shared through a future report. This will allow information needed from the region of Niagara's budgets, given that their water and wastewater budgets are set to pass in mid-December. However, this may be subject to change based on the status of their budget deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I'm also going to turn then, before we get to questions and so on, to the clerk to sort of talk about how we got to this point in the first place and the process that we're looking to bring forward. So.
Through the mayor to the rest of council, just as a brief overview of the reason why this report is now necessary and required as per the province regulation, I have prepared just a little overview very briefly, and then we can get into more specific questions to the internals of the report there. So as council is aware, West Lincoln has recently been designated under the province's strong mayor powers through amendments to the Municipal Act 2001. These provisions introduced by the province in 2022, expanded in 2023, and then finally included West Lincoln in 2025, assigned the mayor very specific budgetary responsibilities intended to advance provincial priorities such as housing supply and growth. Under this framework, the mayor is now required to propose the annual budget, while council retains the authority to review, amend, and ultimately approve it with the parameters set by the legislation. This represents a shift from the traditional budget process that West Lincoln is used to, placing a greater emphasis on the mayor's role in setting the initial financial direction while still maintaining council's oversight and decision-making powers. The report in front of you provides an overview of how these legislative requirements shape the township's budget process moving forward, specifically to Schedule A, which is this flow chart that you see here. And there's also a physical copy in front of each councilor just to outline the general idea of how it works. The reason why we need direction from council and why it's specified, and council received that addendum earlier today about the 30 days to 15 days, is to meet that expedited process that we want to bring this before council before the end of the year. That is what is within council's bounds and powers within the strong mayor's ability, is that they can decide to regulate how much time is afforded to themselves and the general time frame in which it's done. However, that is done within a 30-day time frame. 30-day time frame. So what is the initial onset of what the legislation requires is the 30 full days. Township staff is recommending 15 business days, which would allow 3 full weeks, generally speaking, for council to pass amendments, which is not dissimilar to the previous budgetary process if you actually take into account the full stretch of the time of where a report comes back to council. On that flow chart, council can see, generally speaking, what happens when the budget is tabled, what each kind of decision means, and what that will actually indicate for council. So as you work your way through on the no side or the yes side, you'll see a little kind of play-as-you-go game where you can kind of see what happens with council's decisions and how they work. However, tonight what we are looking for is council's direction on what they would like to see the budgetary process unfold for 2026 with some staff recommendations, which is the 15 business days. I stress business days because it is the full 3 weeks rather than 15 calendar days, which would lower it to December 2nd. I believe the date is December 8th now, if Caitlin would correct me if I'm wrong. And this would provide, hopefully, that the budget would be approved before the end of the year, but again, up to council's decisions on how they would like their budgetary process to unfold timeline-wise.
Okay. So you've had an overview from both Caitlin and Justin, and we will take questions. Councillor Trombetta.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll start it off by saying I don't know, this is surprising. I don't see why this couldn't come in September, with a lot of the public is off on holidays right now. I understand your timelines, but I think this should have came back in September, not August, while a lot of people are away. I think there hasn't been any open dialogue with the public that this is changing. I don't think we're not done I don't think anything is done to the end of the year, and what kind of number we're gonna come up with when we don't even have all our, I guess, as directors, I'll throw you, Madam Mayor, to the CAO, or the directors, all their stuff in to be
I think
ready.
that's a good place to go, because I asked the same question
Like,
about senior staff and timelines.
I'm just being honest, Mayor, Madam, and again, like, I don't see why I have to be forced by the province to hurry up and rush a budget for my constituents because they say so. Now, you have the power, so that's.
Okay, so can I just interrupt for a minute? Because this timeline before December was not part of the Strong Mayor powers. This was something that staff had talked about after our last budget process.
That's not the way it just came off.
Well, this process can go to February. But our staff, because of the ability, if you looked at your report again, because of the ability to get tenders out, to take advantage of pricing opportunities and so on, rather than waiting till our budget being finished at the end of February into March, it was proposed after the last budget that they look to get something done, as many municipalities are.
Well, if the report
moving
came that way,
forward.
Madam Mayor, but it didn't. He just stated that it's deemed by the province, so we had to streamline the process. That's exactly
Well,
what just.
This is the process,
Okay.
not the timeline. Two separate things.
Well, that's not the way it came off. So,
Okay.
according to this report, this is what it's scheduled here, that it has to be approved right now. So, again, I'm not going to be in favor of this report because I don't like the process. It's plain as day.
Okay, so we'll take questions about the process, and then we
But
can
that's
just-
not the way it was stated just now by the members of staff. So, those are my questions.
Okay, so I guess the difference is that staff had already started talking, it was my understanding after the last budget, about the advantages of getting a budget done sooner, as many other municipalities do, so that they can take advantage of pricing opportunities and so on moving forward, and get tenders out for work that needs to be done before there's lot. So separate from that was one discussion that happened, and that is where the reflection of the November to December comes from.
Okay.
That was our staff, and I think our clerk clearly said that. This is staff's suggestion as a way to get it done later. On the other side of that timeline, that looks like it's in a bookmark, is what the province says we have to do.
And I get what you're saying, but to me,
But the
it
province
comes off
doesn't
that,
say.
to me, it comes off that we're pushing this through when people are not around. And that's the process I don't like.
So
I
I'm
think
not-
it should have came back when people are more or less engaged from the community. We have a lot of people that are away on holidays, a lot of people not around. I think this process should have came back in September.
So
My
I think.
opinion, but that's my opinion only.
And
You guys are
you're
entitled to.
your opinion, but just let me say that the public engagement portion
Mm-hmm.
of the budget was a request of mine, because we heard comments last time that we were already a long way into our budget process, and suddenly we put out the opportunity for members of the public to have input. And I heard, and I'm sure you probably did too, about why are they asking us to do that when they've already almost got this budget completed anyway, and, they're really not paying attention. Because we used to get that budget.
So the public engagement's already
The
happened or
public
not?
engagement has already occurred. The results are in, and that's the report that will come forward that Caitlin referred to in September.
Okay.
So council members, if we decide to go forward, and I'm not saying we should do this.
And I'm not saying, I'm just entitled to
Yeah,
give
and
my
I
first comments
understand,
here, right?
but I think, and perhaps because you have been away, you probably missed some of the final things that Beth was posting around, making sure that people knew the last day of the public engagement. There were lots and lots of posts put out. There are things on our website. And we've had, I understand, a fair number of responses, and the people that have spoken to me about it are really pleased that it was well ahead, so they feel like the time that they took to actually put in what they think about the process and the things that are most important to them are done well enough in advance of the next budget that they feel it might make a difference.
Well, I understand that, Madam Mayor, but the way I hear from people who just got their tax bills ready to get, already we're going to finish the other new tax bill, Like, we need to put the brakes on a lot of things right now and get our ducks in order. So I just don't want this so streamlined fast, and that's just the way I feel at the moment.
Okay, and that's fine. I'm just explaining process.
Yeah, and I get it.
Only process. Okay. Anything further?
No.
Councilor Rayner, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate that we can get some better deals if we do it earlier, but I don't understand from accounting side, when we haven't finished some of the projects till the end of the year, how we know what our bottom line is, and possibly some projects, and I know Public Works sometimes says that, where we get a better deal than we actually signed, that we may have some money left over that can assist in softening the next budget. And I don't know how you get all that information until December 31st closes, so that you could say, okay, the fiscal and the financial year, calendar years are done. This year, the actual numbers, what have we got, and how can we apply it to the next budget? So I'm a little concerned about that, because I know we've dragged it lots of times, and you said, the province says as long as it's done by February. So even getting it done in early February is still, I mean, it's right in the new year, and it's I can't see it doing much damage, other than the fact that if there are some major public works projects, which tend to be the most expensive, like we got one on here tonight, maybe we possibly can go for tender on that earlier, but the rest of the whole project of the budget process can be delayed until January, I'm sure, without the financial impact.
Okay, so I'm going to go to our CAO, because obviously the direction to staff about timing did not come from me.
The other thing I'm concerned about, though, Madam...
Could we wait and get an answer first about
Sure.
that? And then
All right,
save
okay.
your second part, please.
All right.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. That is correct. In Ontario, and not just in Ontario, across Canada, best practices in municipal finance has budgets delivered and passed before the next fiscal year. That is common practice. I understand in West Lincoln that has not been the case. It is to the municipality's advantage to have its fiscal house in order and to know, as of the commencement of the next business year, what those business plans are going to be. There are always the concerns and comments raised about where do we know where all the finances are going to be by year end, until a year end is closed and you have the surplus report, which is typically presented, we're late this year because there's a number of things going on, but typically that's presented in May or June. That is well after the budget is dealt with and adopted by council anyway. So typically council doesn't have that information in a normal course in West Lincoln before going into a budget process. What you do look at, and what council should be putting its eye to get the confidence and whether or not your projects are going to be on track and what those budget impacts are going to be, are your variance reports. So you get your Q1, your Q2, your Q3, and your Q4. That is going to show you your burn rate on your capital projects. You're going to see where everything is. If something's trending above or below, typically in a Q1 or Q2 variance, you're not going to have quite enough information to have that confidence. But when you see your Q3 variance, which is going to be before the budget process, that should begin to give you, and it does give us, that rudder in what are we doing going into the next fiscal year, what projects on the capital side are we planning. We do look at that, and in fact when the budget's presented and we're doing our budget planning last year, we would be looking at where are we with the capital project build out in any given department. If one department or one division is not on top of their capital budget, we will pull back the proposed capital going into the next year because they haven't completed it. So all of these processes that you're accustomed to in the same kind of financial monitoring and tracking that council does, that's still going to be provided here. You do undoubtedly, though, get better pricing if we can get those major capital items released at the beginning of that fiscal year. So this isn't something that's being proposed that's unique to West Lincoln, but it is a best practice in municipal finance in Canada. The second thing, which is likely convoluting the first, is the new strong mayor powers that have been rolled out by the province. So this process is being layered on top of the advancement of the budget process. So there are two things happening at once, and without question, the change to the budget process that the province has made by requiring the mayor to propose it, not suggesting or recommending, but requiring the mayor to propose the budget, does fundamentally change what that process looks like. But if it is the will of council and council does not want to shorten its amendment period and you do want to drag out that budget period longer, you do have that option. That is laid out through the legislation and the strong mayor powers. Council is afforded longer if council so chooses. I hope that's helpful. I do understand the concerns being raised in council. There are two major changes being proposed to your budget process this year.
Okay, and you still have the floor, Councilor Rayner.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. Now there's a whole whack of things in my mind spinning. Okay, so if we want to do this in the fall, Q3 comes through, fine. We see Q3 and we're saying, okay, we're on steady pace, but we don't know what Q4 is going to do. It could fall flat in its face. We don't have the final number. We've got an idea where it is. Most public works projects are done by fall anyways because they close the asphalt plants, I believe, the end of November or whatever. So, I mean, there should be a close to the major capital projects, which is usually on Mike's end. And then you said, well, council doesn't usually get the numbers by May. I'm sure Caitlin has the numbers January 1st because it closes December 1st, both physical and calendar, and whatever's spent that year is done. She must have those numbers in order to formulate what the budget might be. In order for the mayor to be able to recommend her numbers, we have to know where the end of the year sat to see if we're plus or minus what we predicted. So that leaves me some more to think about. The other thing about this is, this has been an awful year. Of all the years, and I know everybody hates it when I say it, I've been a councillor one hell of a long time. I have never had so many phone calls in the last 3 weeks, because that's when the new tax bill came out with the increase, because they already got hammered the year before, and they got hammered again this year. I know my taxes was $1,049 more in 2 years, which normal, it's people on fixed incomes, I don't even know how they're going to handle this. We have a serious problem right now with very high taxes in this municipality, which we never experienced before, which is going to put a lot of pressure on the mayor. If she's the one coming up with the next one, it's got to be darn good, because I got so many phone calls that people are so upset. They said, what in the heck's going on here? We've never seen taxes like this before. So now you want to do 2 budgets in 1 year? We're going to get our head taken off. It's bad enough the amount of money being taken right now, but you guys are not happy. You're going to make another budget in the same year? It doesn't look good. Give this one some rest, because people are very upset right now because they're not seeing anything for their extra money, and a lot of it went to the region, and that was my concern tonight. So we've got a concern there. I think if we tighten up the budget in the new year and bring it closer to January 1st, but that to me at least separates the years. But to talk to people about budgets when they just got a massive tax increase 3 weeks ago, this is not good way to operate. I know what you're saying. It's nice to have it done so when you start the new year, and I know you said other people in other municipalities, it's been the state of practice. But the state of practice is, everybody's unique, everybody's different. West Lincoln has always been in the new year, sometimes later than we want to be, sometimes earlier than we want to be. I'm sure we can tighten that up, but I really am uncomfortable to want to tighten it up beyond 2026 into 2025 when I don't know what the final numbers of 2025 are. And I can only work on what I've got in front of me, not what I project by Q3 might be there by the end of Q4, but I don't know Q4 till Q4 is over. So I'm uncomfortable with it right now. I'd like to see where you're going, and I'd like to tighten it up, but I can't get past the math of I got to know all my numbers before I can start a new year, and I'm projecting something in the new year, and I don't know something can fail, something can fall apart, something could come up that's going to cost $500,000 an hour, we didn't know it at the time, and it just throws everything all to kilter when if you wait till the end of the year, that's it, it's locked, it's done. What do we got? Okay, where can we go with it? And that's kind of how I feel. I've done budgets for years, reported to presidents of big companies. I always work on numbers I have, not on what I think they might have, because you'll get burned when you think that way.
Okay, so I'm just going to go to Caitlin to see if you have any input regarding the whole issue of numbers and your comfort level and what's happening as you're hearing from directors, because all of that was kind of smushed together. So anything that you can offer to help clarify that situation would be gratefully accepted, Caitlin.
Through the mayor to Councillor Rayner, thank you for your comments and your concerns. I'll try and address a few. Just in regards to the past budget processes, so administration has always started and done a significant amount of budget work prior to the year closing. So in the past, when council's been presented with the budget, usually in January, significant work has already been done in November and December of that year. So the final year numbers would not be available to administration in the past, and they will not be available for the current year's proposed budget. The final numbers that you're referring to do go through an annual audit process through our independent audit firm, and that's typically completed in spring to summer of the following year. So those finalized numbers do come to council through the format of an audited report, and typically they're not finalized until then. So just to clarify, the numbers, we wouldn't have them available as of December 31st of that year, as there is significant work that happens into the following fiscal year to make sure that those numbers are finalized and accurate. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right, so Councillor Chichok has her hand up. Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Councillor.
Sorry, I'm using two computers, and so I get a little confusing about which one I've got to turn on. So I hear what the two councillors have said so far, and I thank the public engagement. I thank the staff for taking the public engagement out that early and bringing it back to us. I really would like to see it before I made any kind of official changes. I know we have the layering on of the vetoes, etc. If we're going to be working in this together, and we know that there's no way out of this until we properly have the service levels and the commitment of our staff to work within the guidelines that we provide for them, or to the costs. I really don't think this is the time to do this. First of all, I look at it and I say 30 days is minus weekends is 22 days, working days. 15 days is 3 weeks, so that adds 6 days to make it comparable, so that's 21 days. So it's not, I just think that in this transition year, coming into Christmas, where I can remember having discussions with other councillors saying, this is so absolutely, it's such a large commitment, all of the things we have to do in December, the places we have to go, the people we have to see, things we have to attend, and then loading on this budget at this time in our term of council is the one thing that can happen is that if we need the public commitment, if we need the public comment, we need to leave time for it. We need for the people to be able to understand it. I understand best practices, but it's not best practices. It's offered by those that decide that that's what they want to do. But we have pre-budget approval. We can approve if within the guidelines and willingness of council to allow it to go ahead of time, we can approve any good deal that comes down the pike. We can have a debate about it and then discuss it. We could move to, if we wanted to use this as a template or as a constraint that or a method of getting to, and we find that we have the time and that we've come to a consensus and it is easy, and this year is not going to be easy. So that's my big problem, my big hesitation, is that this is not going to be an easy year. And if it goes up so substantially, we are going to need time to round some edges. And as well as our staff think that they've got this down to a template, there is the reason to have time to let the people hear it, understand it, and accept it. And I'm just not comfortable with it. We've streamlined it, that's great. But Christmas still comes in that timeline. And if people are more worried about the freaking budget of the town than about having family time, I don't want to be part of the perpetration of that. If we, like I say, if we make this a guideline that we want to attempt to get to, Next year, I'm willing to try and tighten up our timelines, but these are just numbers and pages. We've got people out there that are going to be affected by it, and we're affecting them at the most precious time, family time in Canada. And that is what is most important to me. So I would like to see the public engagement results now. First, I would like to understand what it would do if we followed some of this, but allowed a hold for us to be able to get past Christmas if we needed the time. And I think we will. And if we wanted to have not endless debate, and I understand, and best practices and eliminating the rhetoric, which I'm just now doing, rambling on, but I just am amazed that we would want to take the people out and give them a shock as they buy the Christmas presents for their family. So I am not comfortable with this for this year. Like I say, the days are not even that much different, but the process seems to eliminate the people, eliminate the impact it's going to have on them. And if we've got the numbers from our staff and we can spend all that time, because this isn't about 21 days or 22 days, this is about council having enough time to get back together on top of the other commitments that we have to get the budget done in an accelerated format to what? To streamline it? I don't want to go to February, but I do think that the first week of January, the 2nd, is not an abhorrent abuse to getting an efficient, effective, and a thorough budget, which I believe we need to have this year especially. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Maychak.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to staff, other than possibly getting better prices, do you see any other benefits to streamlining this or expediting the process for the budget?
Do you want to direct that to anyone in particular? To Caitlin? Okay.
Through the mayor to Councillor Maychak. So, yes, as you mentioned, there's definite benefits to being able to bring the budget earlier in terms of procurement. It would give the township a competitive advantage over other local municipalities that may release their budgets earlier, as we would be able to prepare and requests for proposals and requests for tenders earlier, and that would have a high potential of leading to better competitive pricing. And it would allow us to make earlier decisions, and it would free up staff or administration resources as well if the budget was approved earlier, to be able to action on the budget and the priority set in the budget and align with the strategic plan.
Thank you. You finished, Councillor? Okay. Councillor Trombetta.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a question, because it's in the report here. As we have the Director DePauli's bringing a report forward for St. Anne's to start the construction, because it's been awarded in the amount of $3 million. So if that project starts, it's probably not going to start till after Labor Day. It's going to get going. If that project does not come in under budget and goes over budget to unexpected, old area, old infrastructure, and we are already settling up our budget in Q3, what happens in that case?
Do you want to tackle that?
Could you say that, run through that scenario again?
He's talking about.
So
about
the St. Anne's is a big high-profile project, especially in Ward 2. A lot of residents have been waiting for that project. The project's been awarded for approximately, right now it's in the reports, it's awarded for $3 million. Now, if I know that project is probably going to be finishing up around December time, and it won't be done in Q3 that you guys are trying to get the budget passed. So if we're over on this project due to unforeseen circumstances, what happens?
Through you, Madam Mayor, a number of things, I suppose. So it's relatively routine that not all projects, capital projects, complete themselves within the calendar year. In those instances, and it is common, those funds are encumbered into the next year. That is reported out through the variance reports that we bring to council. To the best of my knowledge, when West Lincoln councils have reviewed budgets in the past, you have not had your Q4 finals at that point when you've been reviewing that. You've been operating on that, I believe, at the best with Q3. That is going to be consistent essentially with what we're able to bring you. As Ms. Repops had indicated, your Q4s aren't to you until the audited financial statements are complete. That doesn't happen until later into the fiscal year after you typically have adopted your budget in February. So the information that council would be using to consider its budget is going to be at that same Q3 level.
Okay. Because I thought that the end of Q4, we would usually get that in March anyways, would we not?
I believe it's typically May, but I'd need to confirm that with finance. I believe your audited financials typically are May or surplus sometimes in June. We are behind this year, though.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Anything further? Councilor Rayner, back to you, second time.
Thank you. Through to Caitlin. Why do we have to wait to get Q4 when it's audited? Audited checks the work of what has been completed to make sure that it is in compliance with the rules, regulations, and whatever else the province establishes, correct? So we would know that number before the auditor releases it because the auditor would be checking the numbers and all the other quarters too. Am I not correct?
Through the mayor to Councillor Rayner. Yes, you are correct. Administration does prepare all of the working papers and the audited the financial statements for the auditors. So we are fairly confident in our numbers, but we generally do not release the information to council until it has been audited. So we have reasonable assurance as given from the auditors that the numbers are all appropriate and accurate.
All right.
So that is why.
Through you to Caitlin again, then are you doing that for Q1, Q2, and Q3? Like, why is Q4 special? Because it's the end of the year, it's the fiscal year, calendar year, but it doesn't matter. The process and procedures that you did to establish Q1, Q2, and Q3 would still be utilized to establish Q4. Therefore, if it's not in violations when you do the audit report, the number that you have should be fine. We should be able to receive this number in February, whatever, before you get an audit. Your audit is generally in May, but your numbers are a lot earlier than that. And if it's the credibility with the first three Qs, there should be nothing of concern because we don't have a problem. We've always had a clean audit, have we not? I mean, as far as I remember, we always had a clean audit. We always praised our accounting for, they've never found issues. It's always been good. So whatever number you get, I don't have to wait for an audit report in May. You can give me the Q4 in the end of January.
Go ahead, Mr. CEO. I think if I could just interject, some of it is based on the workload that staff are doing as well in terms of preparing the work that they have to prepare for the audit and fitting it in. So, but I'm going to go to the CAO.
Thank you, Mayor Gannon. Perhaps what might be useful is when administration returns in September to bring the feedback that we've received to date from the public, we could supplement that with some further information on the annual financial planning process, what we see in each one of the variances, the information that administration uses to inform the budget, what the audited financial statements bring. Maybe there's a way that we can provide a little bit more structure to this conversation to help council through this and understand, help us all understand how we go through this process a little bit better. If we need to slide the budget in council's comfort, and it's the mayor's budget, there's, the world doesn't end if we need to slide it out a little bit. We're recommending this to you as a best practice, but ultimately we could have a session in September, review the public engagement feedback, and if there's still ultimately discomfort, then we can pump the brakes for this year. But if maybe we provide a little bit more information on why this is a best practice and why council can rely on those Q3s and the recommendations of administration to pass a budget before the next fiscal year. If that's something that might help, we could certainly prepare for that in September.
Thank you.
You still have the floor, Councilor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've just got one more comment. It was made earlier by the CAO, and it was brought again by Caitlin with regards to the fact that we get better pricing in the fall. My years of sitting on council through many directors of public works have worked with other municipalities to get better deals. and Mike's nodding his head right now. So the fact, a lot of our expenses are through Public Works. It's a big dollar figure that we do. And a lot of it has been joint efforts with other municipalities to get a really good price, because we're giving that company a lot of business, and they in turn give us a good deal because they're getting 2 municipalities or 3 municipalities. So to say that we'd get a better deal in the fall by going earlier, I've experienced over the years many, many times. I believe even with the fire chief before he came on, we even made deals with fire trucks because we got fire trucks and somebody else with us got the same fire truck, same model, everything. So we got a better price because they had 2 orders instead of 1. So I've seen it in other areas and other parts of the organization. So I'm thinking that although you say you get better prices in the fall, we also have a system where we got better prices in the following year because we worked together as a group, and I don't know why we couldn't continue doing that. And therefore, make it easier for you to say, okay, I really want to do it in the fall of the budget because I can get better deals, but if I can give you the better deals in the spring because we work with other municipalities, that will nix the need to do it in the fall because of that reason. Okay. And we have done it, so I know it's done.
So you're talking about better pricing in the fall. We're just talking about bringing the budget forward so that that actually can occur. The very things you're talking about, many other municipalities locally have started to bring this budget forward before the end of the year, their own, for that very purpose, so that they then have an opportunity to reach out to other municipalities. Our budget would be set, but, municipality X, Y, and Z also have theirs set. And so when they're looking to do that, we're able to
We've always
join
tagged
in
on to
that.
somebody else, or somebody else has tagged on to us, but
Well, I
we've had
think-
many opportunities, and maybe let the director speak.
Yes.
But I've experienced many situations in my many years here where we got good deals because we worked together as 2 municipalities or 3 municipalities after the same thing.
Okay, so I'm going to ask Director DePaula, because I know he's done the same, so I'm going to ask him if he'd like to enter this discussion, because I know that has been working, and I don't know, maybe our director has some insight into whether that would be better when, through the winter months with budgets set, municipalities are starting to look for spring procurement. So, Director, anything you'd like to weigh in?
Yeah, thank you through the mayor to Councilor Rayner. I think there's a lot of factors that determine pricing, and it's a type of projects too, right? If it's equipment purchases, and there's always opportunities to do joint procurement. We're always talking with our colleagues. Even if the budget doesn't get approved, we kind of have an idea of what we're looking for. So it all depends what the procurement is. If it's a piece of equipment, we can do joint procurement. That helps. Sometimes on projects, that's a bunch of factors. Sometimes tendering projects early in the year will dictate good pricing to secure good pricing, but sometimes it's a matter of eliminating risk on a project, right? If you put out a procurement document that has a lot of unknowns and a lot of risk associated with the contract, then your prices are going to be high. So it all depends on the project. It all depends on what you're purchasing, and there's a lot of different strategies we use to kind of mitigate scope creep and keep our procurement costs down. I'm not sure if that was helpful or not.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Bradrick.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Just, I think a comment more than anything is that, from what I can hear, really is the opportunity for some thoughtful consideration. I certainly would want to see us have the opportunity to save some dollars, but just wonder if this is the year that we kind of expedite the process as the lens and maybe the actual will not give us the time to have that thoughtful consideration, with December being busy with other things and people's vacation and shutdown, that and minds might not be as focused on budget as they would be in the month of January. So my thought is that perhaps, we expedite it in some capacity and not maybe February anymore, but maybe move it more so that we're having a more thoughtful discussion at the beginning of January.
Okay, so I also don't have a problem with the timeline. The timeline, as I said, is a separate entity from the process that we need to follow. And so the other thing that we were hoping for tonight was some council input about the process. So if you look back at, which was supposed to be Schedule A, but you now have it in front of you. So it says the mayor proposes the budget, but I want to point out that you already received about a month ago, almost 2 months ago perhaps, a resolution that showed that I had delegated that authority to staff. I don't pretend to know all those numbers. I don't want to know all those numbers other than sitting as a representative of our people. I will propose this. What it really means is that I will have a look at it before it comes to you and be able to make some comments about that. So the budget that staff puts together will not be any different in the way that it's done than the budget that we've always had presented to us at the first meeting. So that will be done that way. It will come under the name, the mayor's budget, because that's what we're mandated to do now under the Municipal Act, so we will do that. The next part is, does council want to amend the budget? So if you do, then that's fine. We always do. We always do. That is the opportunity. So that obviously, in my mind, is not going to be a no, it will be a yes. So we're really looking at what we want to do about that. So under this new ruling, it then goes to council to vote on amendments. The difference is those amendments are not just shot out the way that we've done in the past. There's a time frame where you can give thoughtful consideration to the things that you really do think might reduce the levy. Those come in writing to the clerk. And that's why we're talking about a timeline. So the timeline can be up to 30 days. I would be very happy if you want 30 days because I want you to actually spend the time looking at what staff proposes under the guise of being the mayor's budget and look at all of the things that we would have done years ago in our budget process. The difference will be those will come in the form of amendments. Now, if you think about last year, how difficult that was for the clerk to keep track of everybody's ideas all the way through. This way, they will all come in writing to the clerk, and then they will all be put on that report that comes through when those amendments come forward at that next meeting. I personally don't care how many days we opt for. You can vote for 20 working days, 20 business days, 21 days. The maximum is 30. So just a minute, Mike, wherever that goes, that's what you do. During that time, then those need to be sent to the clerk's office, not to me, because I then am removed from that process. So after the amendments come up at that next meeting, which would be like our second budget meeting, then those are looked at one by one. And council will then deliberate, discuss, debate the worthwhileness of those amendments that come forward one at a time. And you will vote on those to either accept or reject. If they stay, then that becomes a budget amendment. There can be one, there can be 21, depending what it is, and depending what the budget is that comes forward from staff, and depending what number we want to try to get that down to. So as long as those are all reasonable, the next step is, if the amendments are approved by council, the yes is, does the mayor veto council's amendments? Unless there's something that is so absolutely ridiculous that it's impossible to do, it is not my intention to veto amendments because that is the work that we together as council members would be doing. So that stays the same. The difference is you have to put them in writing. And that aids the clerk in terms of keeping them organized, keeping them grouped together so that if we have conflicting things, we have a way of dealing with those. So at that point in time, if there are no, I then have by law a window of time where I can then look at those and decide what I'm videoing or what I'm not. I probably can tell you that night exactly what's going to go on with that. Does council want to, if I veto something, if I say that is so ridiculous that we're never going to do that in a million years, then you can still override my veto, but that time I get to vote. And you need a 2/3 majority to override a veto. At that point in time, whether there are any amendments or whether there are none, or whether we've decided that all of those amendments are good and we're good with where that is, the budget is automatically adopted. That's how the process is shortened. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I've had my hand up, and I don't know if you've noticed it.
I was busy talking and I held off Councillor Rayner's question. So I'm going to go to him, and we'll come back to you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate you explaining it that way. What you've basically eliminated is all the discussions and the time that's consumed in coming up with amendments that we send back to staff, because now we don't have to do that in discussions and take all that 3 or 4 hours or however long it took. If you got something you want, put it in writing, put it in, and that's all we'll talk about. We won't create new amendments.
We talk about the
We will only deal
amendment.
with you guys. So we've saved a big step in this.
Exactly.
Because you know how many times we go around the table before finally an hour later, we come up with one amendment. Well,
Exactly.
the person could have wrote it in 5 minutes, handed it in, and we'll discuss it formally the next week.
So they now need to come in, which is why I'm talking to you about, I have no objection to what the length of time is, as long as members of council feel that they have plenty of time to look at the budget, decide what kinds of things they want to look at. And Caitlin will supply us with, as she's done in the past, with the kinds of things that affect the levy or don't affect the levy, because we also wasted a lot of time on things that didn't have any difference to the levy, didn't make a difference at all, and we end up, after discussing it back and forth, finding out, oh, well, that won't affect the levy. So that's why they come in ahead of time, and you're absolutely right. And that's how we arrive at the budget. So now I'm going to go to Councillor Chichok. Thank you for your patience.
I do want to reiterate, thank you, Madam Mayor. The 30 days is an extended period, it's days. It includes weekends. If you take them out, we're down to 22. If you go 15 days, but allow six weekend days during those 3 weeks, you're back to 21. So there's no difference in the time between 30 and 15. My issue is when we're starting and when we're having to escalate the idea process and culminating in December, where I just don't know if we'll have time. And I've made a lot of bad decisions in my life, but I've at least thought about them. And at that time at Christmas, I just know that in past years, I've been with people from council and we've all said, gosh, this has just been a dog's breakfast. I need Christmas to open my head. So for me,
you're absolutely right.
Budget.
You're absolutely
This
right.
is the mayor's budget. I'm sorry?
I'm saying you're absolutely right about the timeline. That's why I moved from the timeline, because I think all of the complaints and the issues that people raised were fully legitimate. But
Exactly,
I just
but
wanted to
had
make
get
sure
it
that
out
the
there,
process.
And now I'm going to finish. Madam Mayor, this is going to be the staff's budget put forward by the mayor. And if we don't come up to conclusions, we are going to add an incredible amount of time. So somehow, we will take those budgets and carefully adjudicate what percentage we think that the people can handle as a tax increase. I'm not going to do that December 15th. I'm not.
Okay,
We'll be forced to do it. And that's all I'm saying is, this is a transition year, it's new accounting systems, it's all of this clarity, it's everything that our staff want to get it done. So do we. But we deserve to give it the proper attention and to allow people to know that we did that and to give them that not on Christmas Eve. I can't even fathom that. So for me, it's about the process afterwards. I don't want you to veto it. I don't want to challenge anything that's in there. I want to somehow in early January, and it's been done before, and the process has been the one we have followed, although more sloppily than is being declared now, and with no finite end. We've done this in the past, so let's just not. I heard the CAO concede that he would bring the public engagement information in September, and that might give us more clarity. It's not going to stop me from saying, I really just need this to happen in the first or second week of January. I'm not going anywhere. I'll get this budget done before I would ever take a trip, before I'd ever leave for anywhere. I just don't think that I think we need to give a transition year, and if we can handle that, it'll be part of the way we operate, and we'll do it with 2027.
Okay, so
No
one is disagreeing with you, Councillor.
I just can't do it. So I can't vote for this process to start and be expedited the way it is and have our staff say, well, we've had these numbers all along, and there's a difference between your final numbers that are the audited numbers that go into the FIR, that go to the province, and the numbers that are pretty frickin' close, because the auditors will look at it and they'll tell us that they have to make adjustments because our staff have done something not as carefully as they would like with new regulations. So I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about the fact that this is the people that are going to have to put their hand up and vote for this, have to have the time to think through, and the people who may have given comment in the public awareness are going to hear something. It's not going to stop anything. Neither are we going to stop this process. Neither are we going to go to a veto. I highly doubt it. I'd put money on the table for it. Not too much. You guys might take me up. But anyway, I'm just...
Okay. So I'm going to stop you now, because what you're saying, you said before, we've made note of that, and the timeline, my position on this was just really to talk about the process that we need to go through. The timeline was separate from that, but the resolution is together. So we've just actually had, from the staff, suggest that we refer this entire thing until that meeting when the report comes back in September to corporate services, where we can adjust the timeline if that's what we decide we want to do. And it sounds like that's where council is leaning. But now at least people can have some time to ponder the process and understand how it is it will unfold, and know that it's not too dissimilar to what we've always done. So
I had to say, because I've listened to someone else reiterate a number of things tonight, and I think I just caught the germ. So I took it from the CAO that he heard that we were not want of this timeline. That was the part that was the problem. And that's what I was trying to say, is it's not the 30, 21, 25. It's the timeline and when it starts. He said he'd come back with his stuff. I'm glad to hear they want it referred back. Absolutely wonderful. If you need somebody referred, I'll do it.
Thank you. Okay, so we certainly do need that. We've discussed it a lot. I think people have a better understanding of how the timeline will work, even though we're not at this time in agreement about dates. So that's what will come back. I hope that there are no further questions about the process, though, because that's the part that I want you to understand, is where it fits. The other portion that I have not mentioned is that I will not take part when the amendments are being done. And in fact, as the chair of corporate services, I've asked Shelley if she will act as budget chair and chair that session. And it's my intent to sit in the gallery, because I will have had some input, and it will be your turn to have input. And I certainly stand behind what council decides, as I said, unless there's something so ridiculous that then you do. So anyway, but that is not the intent of the process. The intent of the process is to make sure that our council is fully engaged in the budget process, as we always have been. Councillor.
Amen.
Councillor Bradrick.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Through yourself to the clerk or perhaps the CAO, in regards to the amendment process, can we have maybe in September an understanding of how that may flow to council as a whole? Because it would be counterintuitive to have me doing lots of work, but at the same time, Councillor Trumbetta is doing the same. If we knew what others were submitting, like a live document of some sort or a weekly update, that would be helpful.
Yeah. So I think there always was the intent to ensure that there are some guidelines to help members of council with that, but thank you for that reminder about that. Did you want to weigh in, Mr. Clerk?
Through the mayor to Councillor Bradrick, that's a good idea. What we're planning on, based on the timeline that council decides to go with when it's referred to in September, whether it's the 30, the 20, 10, whatever council decides, we'll do a kind of a touchdown living document probably near the end of each week that just suggests these are all the amendments. Obviously, don't do a bunch of work doubling up the amendment if this is the exact same amendment you want, but we'll make sure that that's communicated to all members of council so they're aware at least of what other, maybe not who is suggesting it, but they'll be able to see what is being suggested, not to waste anybody's time or duplicate efforts or anything like that. So we take that into consideration, and we will be presenting a living document at the end of maybe each week, depending on the timeline.
Yeah, I appreciate this is very new, and I would also assume that amendments, when they get close to the end, will be grouped into familiar themes so that we're not just going down in order when it's not really that necessary.
Thank you. So the one thing that we have to be even though we'll have a living document and you will know, the one thing that council needs to be very aware of is that those decisions cannot be made outside of this chamber. So trying to rally each other and say, if you think that you can get 4 people to vote for a particular thing or get 5 people on board or whatever, is actually creating an improper process in that we would be doing some decision-making for our residents, and a council decision would be made outside of these chambers. So you can be aware that something's already there, but the ganging up, the trying to put it together to push something forward is certainly not at all proper. And we then could collectively end up in trouble if we were to do that. Mr. Clerk.
And through the mayor to the rest of council as well, we have also taken consideration in regards to how they're submitted, and they will be on an individual basis to avoid any council deliberation over certain amendments that are proposed, as they are supposed to be amendments from individual councilors only to the clerk, and they will be grouped on the agenda in a similar fashion in the sense of if there are conflicting or very similar amendments, council will be able to deliberate over them at the same time, as to not bind themselves in a previous decision. If the last amendment, say, counteracts the first one, they'll be grouped together where council will get to decide which amendment they prefer.
Councillor Trombetta.
So this report, are we sending it back to staff?
We are. Would you like to make that recommendation to refer it back?
That will refer it back to staff.
Thank you.
That's fine.
That was my next call.
I'll second that.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor.
Just nothing further. We can keep moving on right now.
No. That was the next thing after the questions were asked. So.
Okay.
Yeah. It'll come back to the corporate. I think we refer specifically to corporate services in September.
So through the mayor, the motion currently right now, it moved and seconded by Councillor Trombetta and Councillor Chichok, is that item 13.2 be referred to the September Corporate Services Committee meeting to provide more information regarding the budget proposal timeline.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, and the vote should be in front of you, the referral vote. Okay, and that resolution carries. So item 2 on that is Manager of Legislative Services / Clerk Justin Paylov and Coordinator of Legislative Services / Deputy Clerk Barb Hutchison, re-recommendation report LLS-08-2025, an amendment to delegation of authority bylaw, addition of Director of Growth and Sustainability and Director of Corporate Services / Treasurer schedules. So Councillor Trombetta, you have that resolution, please?
Sure, Madam Mayor. The recommendation report LLS 08-2025, titled The Amendment to Delegation Authority Bylaw, addition of Director of Growth and Sustainability and Director of Corporate Services Treasurer schedules dated August 11, 2025 be received, and that an amending bylaw such as the one attached as Schedule A be approved.
Thank you. Someone to second that, please? Councillor Rayner, thank you. Okay, did you wish to speak to that, Mr. Clerk, or we're going to send that over to the CAO? Which of you wishes to
I think
tackle that?
I can handle it so far. So through the mayor to the rest of council, this is a continuation of what council has seen before on the delegation of authority bylaw. This is to provide transparency and accountability for council as well as staff. Historically, we have had, I would put it, an interesting timeline of how bylaws and resolutions and powers were given to staff members. This is to provide council a way to track what staff members have the authority to do, as well as to add it to it in the future. Councilor Trombetta had brought up previously something, just for an example that I provide, is the refreshment cart licensing. That was something delegated down to the clerk. That was something that would be reflected in my schedule in the future. This is the same. These are not powers that haven't been afforded already to directors. This is just something to put it on paper in a bylaw format that is traceable and accountable to all members of staff and to members of council, so they're just aware of what their directors can and can't do and what they are doing in the future.
Thank you. Anything further, Mr. CAO, do you want to add to that? That's good? Okay. Councillor Rayner, question?
Thank you. I do appreciate the clerk doing the hot dog stand stuff. That's
It's a great deal of stress. Thank you.
I appreciate you passing the stress on.
Thank you. Okay, any further questions or comments about that? Okay, then I think we're ready.
Madam Mayor, I think I have
sorry.
a question, and that is
Okay.
periodically, if we can have a a copy of this. It's electronic, so we could just have it so we know what has been delegated, because I think I remember a member of council being told that we delegated that. We might slip, so it would be good to have a copy forwarded to us once a year.
Okay, thank you. I think they're working their way through, and I think our clerk expressed perhaps there's another one more to come, and then perhaps that would be the time, Councillor, where we get the full picture.
If it comes quickly, that's fine, but otherwise, we can just get an electronic one, and they'll say, discard the last one, here's the new one.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the vote's in front of you. Okay, that also carries. That takes us to 13.3 Operations Committee. Manager, Capital Design and Delivery, Ray Vachon. Recommendation Report 0, I guess that's an O, sorry. 18-2025, title St. Anne's Road Reconstruction, Tender Award, Budget Amendment BA 2025-07. And since Ray's not here, Director, I presume that's yours, so we'll get it on the floor. Councillor Rayner, you have the resolution?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I wish it was a Ward 1 project. Moved by Councillor Mike Rayner that the recommendation report 0-18-2025 titled St. Anne's Road Reconstruction Tender Award Budget Amendment BA 2025-07 dated August the 11th, 2025 be received, and that the construction tender for the above project be awarded to Bieco Construction Corporation in the amount of $3,024,209.64 excluding HST, and that the construction administration and construction inspection for the construction be awarded to Urban and Environmental Management, Inc. in the amount of $249,983.30 excluding HST, and that geotechnical testing for the project be awarded to Land Tech Limited at an upset 1, that recommendation report 0-18-2025 titled St. Anne's Road Reconstruction Tender Award Budget Amendment BA 2025-07 dated August the 11th, 2025 be received, and that Budget Amendment BA 2025-07 as outlined in Schedule C to reallocate the budget expenditures and finance be approved, and 6, that a bylaw authorizing the mayor and clerk to enter an agreement with Bieco Construction Corporation be passed.
And someone to second that, please. Councillor Broderick. Questions or comments? Director, did you want to say something first before we get to that? The wording of number 4 was a little odd.
Yeah, I don't know what happened with the wording of number 4. That's not what how the report reads. Wording on recommendation number 4 should read that the geotechnical testing for the project be awarded to Land Tech Limited at an upset limit of $50,000 excluding HST. On the agenda, it reads differently.
Okay, so, but the report was accurate, so thank you, okay. Thank you for that clarification. Any questions, anything further about that? I think that it was very clear in the report. It just, as you started to read that, Councillor, I thought that it sounded odd, so.
Well, it's just, this is the way it turned it out.
Yeah, it is the way it printed.
This is what I've got, so.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. It was certainly not your fault. It was odd to start with.
It didn't sound right.
No. Any further questions or comments? Okay, I think we're all anxious to get this project going, so it's been a long time. So seeing nothing further, Mr. Clerk, once you get that part fixed. Okay, we're just waiting for the clerk to make sure that what comes up is actually what we're voting for. Okay, and it's up. Thank you. And thanks for that correction. Okay, Okay, and that resolution carries. Number 2, under that same topic, is Manager of Civil Land Development Jennifer Bernard and Director Infrastructure Mike DiPaula. Re-recommendation report O-20-2025 sanitary sewer CCTV inspections tender authorization. So, Councillor Trombetta, you have that resolution, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Move by myself the recommendation report O-20-2025 titled Sanitary Sewer CCTV Inspection Tender Authorization dated August 11, 2025 be received, and that council accept the tender submission by Bob Robinson and Son Construction for the sanitary sewer CCTV inspection tender in the amount of $164,254.75 plus HST, and that council approve the expenditure of $190,000 to complete this project, and that a bylaw be passed to authorize the mayor and clerk to enter an agreement with Bob Robinson and Son Construction.
Thank you. Someone to second that, please, Councillor Reno? Any questions or comments to the director about that? Councillor Rayner.
Read it a little faster the next time, please.
Can't keep up?
It was too slow for me.
Any questions about the report? Okay, so I think we're ready to vote on that too, please. Okay, so the vote's in front of you. Okay, thank you. So number 3, under the same topic, Manager of Capital Design and Delivery, Ray Vachon, and Director of Infrastructure, Mike DiPaula. Re-recommendation report O-19-2025 Wade Road and Regional Road 20 Reconstruction Project, Cost Sharing Agreement Execution, Budget Amendment BA 2025-08. And Councillor Chichok, you have that resolution?
Oh, wait a minute. Yes, I do. Yes. Thank you. Move by myself that the recommendation report O-19-2025 titled Wade Road and Regional Road 20 Reconstruction Project Cost Sharing Agreement Execution Budget Amendment BA 2025-08 dated August 11th, 2025 be received, and that Budget Amendment BA 2025-08, right, as outlined in Schedule B to reflect a project budget reduction of $1,270,000 with new funding from HEWSF grant and reduced funding from development charges, capital reserve, sidewalk reserve, sewer reserve, debenture, and CCBF grant be approved, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute the cost-sharing agreement with Niagara Region.
Thank you. Someone to second that, please? Councillor Trombetta. Thank you. Okay. Director, do you want to make a comment about that at all?
Yeah, sure. So this is a project, it was a joint project with Niagara Region. This is a project where there was a Housing Enabling Water System Fund stream that came out. We first applied for funding for that to upsize the sanitary sewer and to replace the existing water main on Highway 20 and Wade Road to kind of be the catalyst for the development to occur in the northwest quadrant. With our first submission under the Housing Enabling Water System Fund, excuse me, the township was not successful, but there was another intake opportunity. As a second intake, we applied for funding. We received the funding. The project has been tendered. It's a regional project. We're just entering into a cost-sharing agreement with the region to pay for our proportionate share. And the budget amendment in front of you is basically to change the funding mechanism for this project, because when this project was approved in 2024, we weren't aware that we were going to receive the Housing Enabling Water System grant. So the budget amendment in front of you today is to replace the funding source. And as the one recommendation, number 2, suggests, there is a reduced funding from the development charges, capital reserve, sidewalk reserve, the venture, and the CCBF grant that we originally funded for this project. So that's basically it.
Thank you. All good news, thanks to the grant that helps to offset the cost of that. And I will remind council that that was the allocation that we got. We went to Roma, and we were able to meet with the minister, and at that point, it was indicated to us that our grant had been looked at very favorably the second time, and then shortly after that, then we did have the announcement here in our foyer about the grant. It did take a little bit of work, I think, from our staff as well to make sure that all the details worked out. Grants are not always just money sent easily. There are some hoops to jump through, so I do thank our financial staff for dealing with that as well. Any questions about this particular piece of money? Councillor Rayner.
Thank you. To the director, it says cost-sharing agreement with Niagara. Since they take 56% of our tax dollar, we got like an 80-20 deal with them?
The cost-sharing agreement on this project is basically to pay for our assets. So whatever the cost is to replace the sanitary sewer, the water main, the sidewalk, and reconstruct Wade Road is what we're paying for, in addition to our proportionate share of engineering, construction, inspection, and contract administration services.
Thank you.
They're paying for that, or we're paying for that? They're paying for that, part of the engineering? Sidewalk?
It's a joint project, so both municipalities are paying for the proportionate share of the soft cost, which is the professional engineering services and inspection. But for our assets, we're paying for it. The sanitary sewer, water main, sidewalks, and the reconstruction of Wade Road.
We're paying for that because that's ours.
Correct.
Okay, so we're not really getting that much from the region out of this, are we?
We're getting shared services through engineering fees and construction inspection and contract administration.
Now, that's not much compared to actually doing the job, though, right? Yeah, that doesn't sound like much to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further? Okay, seeing none, we're ready for the vote. So mine didn't come up. Did it come up? No, mine didn't come up. Yeah, support, yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I don't know why. It's worked all along and it didn't work there, so, okay. Okay, well, that did carry. Okay, great. So finally, Chief Hofsing, I think we're ready to move on to you. Thank you for sitting here all evening. So 13.4 is Community and Protective Services Committee. Fire Chief Tim Hofsing, Information Report WLFD-07-2025, monthly update July 2025. And Councillor Trombetta, you have that resolution?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. That information report titled Monthly Update July 2025, dated August 11th, 2025, be received for information.
Thank you. And Councillor Maychak, can I ask you to second that, please? Thank you. We'll just kind of move this along. Sorry about the time, but thanks for being here. Is there anything that you want to highlight in your report before we ask for questions? Okay, okay. I do want to tell you that we appreciate the fire ban on, the fire ban lifted for a little while, and the fact that it's back on again due to the conditions. I think that people were looking for a little bit of a reprieve on that, but the weather obviously didn't cooperate. So thank you for being on top of that and watching that carefully. Are there any questions? Councillor Trombetta?
I got one. It's just, I don't know, it's not related to the report, but through Madam Mayor to Chief Hofsing. Station 2, are all the deficiencies done? Is everything all completed, wrapped up, everything in Station 2?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Trombetta. So whatever's left that isn't the way it should be would be covered by the building's warranty. So there are a couple of outstanding items. The sign on the front of the building is being addressed by the contractor.
Yeah.
Yep. So that is being taken care of. Received a small update on that today. There was an issue with the surface of the floor that was completely redone. It looks fantastic, so that was taken care of. A couple of other minor issues that are still outstanding, but nothing really substantial.
So, and one more thing through you, Madam Mayor. The old building is, we know it is down. The floor is remaining there. Is that correct, or is that supposed to be removed as well?
No, that's correct. That concrete pad is remaining. It provides us with a place to train on and some additional parking too.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Any further questions for the Chief? I wish there were a gazillion questions that kept you here all that time, but I'm sure you're relieved that there aren't too many. Thank you so much. Okay, so as we move on, 14 is reconsideration, and we have nothing. Oh, sorry, we need to vote on your report. I jumped the gun on that one, but it didn't come up on my screen. Yeah, okay. So yes, I didn't get it either. There's something wrong with this side now, I guess. That's not coming up, but, okay. So that resolution, I'm sure, carries, so thank you. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. So nothing to reconsider, nothing, no notices to rescind. So it takes us to other business, members of council, council remarks. Anything further, Councillor Rayner?
I'm wondering if I may take this opportunity to speak to the Director of Public Works. I was heading home late last week, heading down Highway 20 west towards Caister Center Road. When I went to turn, the light that's there on that intersection is on the north side on the unopened road allowance. The light is absolutely useless. You cannot even see where Caister Center merges onto Highway 20. It's dangerous there. The light is on the wrong side. I think we brought this up many times.
We've
but
talked about that before. That's
yeah,
right.
I'm telling you, like I seen it last week. I had to slow to a crawl to find that intersection because the crazy region puts it on the unopened road allowance side when we definitely need one or two lights. That is a big intersection. It's very wide, and it's absolutely impossible to see at night, even with headlights on. You're right on top of it before you even know it's there. I know we've had trouble. We can't even get a light bulb replaced, even though we have a contract that they're responsible for Highway 20. But surely to goodness, either we have to do it or the region, but the region darn well should be doing it. But that is a definite safety concern, and I'm surprised that we don't have some serious accidents on that corner. Not so much crashing into another car, but missing the turn and end up in the ditch. I would appreciate it, Madam Mayor. I thought maybe this would be a good time to bring it up because it is a safety issue. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And Councillor Maychak, anything?
I just wanted to thank the staff for organizing the summer events. I had the privilege of attending some of them, and the public loved them, and they were great events. And I just want to thank them for their efforts and the residents that came out and enjoyed those events.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Broderick.
Just a quick mention of the West Niagara Fair that's going to be coming up before we meet again. So put your zucchinis, get them ready, and submit them for the contest.
Councillor Trombetta, anything?
I got nothing, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Chichop, anything you want to bring up under council remarks?
Yes, since Councillor Broderick said to get your zucchinis in, she must have seen that I'm the one sponsoring that class. So get your zucchinis in, but it's $5 for everybody that enters. So I want to make sure that they know that I'm the one that's putting up the dough for every one of those zucchinis.
Good for you, good for you. So I'm glad you mentioned the fair because it will be here before we meet again. So thank you for that. Okay, so we have no new items of business, and there are no confidential matters, which takes us to bylaws. And Councillor Trombetta, you have those this evening.
Great, thank you, Madam Mayor. That leave be granted to introduce bylaws 2025-50, 2025-50-51, 2025-51, 2025-52, 2025-53, 2025-54, and 2025-55, and that the same shall be considered to have been read a first, second, and third time with one reading and are hereby adopted, and that the mayor and clerk be hereby authorized to sign and affix the corporate seal thereto, any rule of this council to the contrary notwithstanding.
Thank you. Would anyone like to second the bylaws this evening? Councillor Broderick. Okay, any questions regarding any of these bylaws? Councillor Rayner?
Madam Mayor, I believe I did not support the 19.1. When it came up, we talked about it, so should we pull it separately because I don't support it?
I'm not sure which one you're referring to, please.
It's the one that the province is directed about.
That isn't a bylaw. That isn't a bylaw.
It's not a bylaw then? Okay.
No, that was just an information report.
That was just an information, you're right. I'm sorry, you're correct.
Yeah,
Yes,
no.
that's fine then, everything's good.
The rest are fine? Okay,
Yep.
so we can open the vote.
Oh, it's up.
Did you change something? Because suddenly,
Just worked on its own?
yeah, suddenly I thought you'd worked your magic somehow, so we're just voting on bylaws.
Somebody got the coupons, we got the frustration. Okay.
Okay, and that carries, and so at the hour of 10:33, I'll declare this meeting adjourned.